Chapter 1191. Valletta, Seito called out softly as he stood in front of the alloy door. With that, Guinevere, who was piloting a black mech similar in size to the Lancelot, moved her hand, and a laser beam lightsaber appeared in Guinevere's hand. She slowly moved to Seito's side and slashed at the alloy wall in front of her. Just as the lightsaber was about to land on the alloy wall, a transparent barrier suddenly appeared and blocked Guinevere's lightsaber. Seeing this, Guinevere held the lightsaber with both hands instead of one hand. In an instant, the lightsaber in Guinevere's hand shot out and turned from a beam thinner than an adult's arm to a beam as thick as an adult's thigh. She continued to slash downwards. Under the pressure of the lightsaber, the barrier made a strange creaking sound. After a few seconds, it finally couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered, allowing the lightsaber to land on the alloy door. A sound similar to hot iron falling into cold water was heard. A reddish-yellow light spot that looked like it was about to melt appeared on the alloy door and slowly melted upon contact with the lightsaber. As the lightsaber moved, a reddish-yellow line appeared on the door. About half a minute later, a 4.5-meter tall and 3-meter wide square line appeared on the alloy door. Guinevere, who had cancelled her lightsaber, lifted her leg and kicked. With a loud bang, the alloy door flew into the bunker under the support of Guinevere's immense strength. "Go!" Seito yelled. With Guinevere taking the lead, God Tiger followed closely behind, and the Knights of the Round Table lowered their bodies and rushed into the bunker through the broken door. Whoosh! The next moment, a large number of magical beams shot out from both sides of the room and blasted towards the 5 strange mechs that had rushed into the room. Boom, 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 boom. Violent explosions immediately erupted, and a large amount of energy smoke instantly spread out. Everyone's line of sight was blocked by it. "Go!" Itose shouted again, and then took the lead to rush into the space filled with energy smoke. He used his spiritual force to replace his vision, and used the high-speed impact technique to appear in front of an image that gave people a very strong feeling. He then punched the image. Those who could retreat to this place were all veterans and elites from the Space Administration. Their sense of danger was naturally not weak. Therefore, the moment Seito attacked, the figure dodged to the side. The image dodged to the side and at the same time, launched a counterattack against Itose. Seito's left hand grabbed the figure's arm, and at the same time, his right fist, which had missed, slashed at the figure's throat. Cough, cough, cough. The figure's throat was immediately let out a series of violent coughs. Obviously, Seito was holding. Otherwise, even if he had the protection of the protective suit, he would definitely die with his throat broken. Then, Seito's right hand quickly wrapped around the figure's neck and pulled the figure's head down. At the same time, he raised his knee and kneed the figure's face. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking was heard. A fierce scream immediately rang out in the room. Seito's raised leg kicked the figure's abdomen like a cannonball and sent him flying. Then, Seito turned around and arrived in front of another figure. At this time, the energy smoke in the room finally dissipated slowly, allowing Seito to see the appearance of the opponent. It's her? Seito exclaimed in his heart when he saw the opponent in front of him. In front of Seito, there was a person with 3 small triangles on her forehead. He didn't know if it was a forehead patch or something else. She was wearing the dark blue uniform of the Space Administration. A purple-haired woman with a pair of glasses on her face. She didn't appear much in the original work, but she was the person in charge of the Human Resources Department of the Space Administration. She was like a sister to Lindy, Lady Roland. In the original work, it was because of her guarantee that Fady, Yagami Gale, and the others could smoothly enter the Space Administration and become active as members. However, although his mind was thinking about those unimportant things, Seito's attack didn't stop at all. While Lady was subconsciously stunned by his sudden appearance, he hit Lady's chin with the back of his hand. In an instant, her brain was concussed and she fainted. Then, Seito moved again and attacked the next elite of the Space Administration. At the same time, behind him, Sinyo, Vita, Naya, Fady, and the other aerial mages and executives also began to fight the elites of the Space Administration in the room. However, in this kind of narrow space, where there was no way to open up a distance to attack, whether it was the Space Administration or Seito's Mead mages, they were more or less not used to it. Although they weren't proficient in close combat, they definitely couldn't be said to be proficient in close combat. In this way, the advantages of ancient Baraka knights like Sinyo and Vita, a few modern Baraka warriors from the Space Administration, and a magus like Mead who was proficient in close combat like Fit were greatly displayed. They were fighting against many people by themselves. However, among these people, the ones who had the most advantage were Lishinka and the others who were piloting their own mech. Under the protection of the AMF anti-magic field, the enemy's attack couldn't break through their defense. They could only passively receive the attacks from the advanced weapons of Guinevere, God Tiger, and the 4th, 9th, and 12th Knights of the Round Table. They were electrocuted and fell to the ground, twitching and twitching, losing all ability to fight. In this way, the Space Administration's advantage in numbers was immediately evened out by Guinevere and the other 4 mech. The scales of victory gradually tilted towards their side. In this way, after about 5 minutes of chaotic battle, the Space Administration was left with less than 15 people. Among them, 2 were people that Seito had seen before, and 3 were people that Seito knew from the original author. They were the executive officer of the Azra, Chrono Harewin, the captain of the same ship, Chrono's mother, Lindy, the original mastermind behind the Book of Middle Darkness. Due to Seito's interference, he was not exposed and continued to work in the Space Administration, Gil Graham, and his 2 servant daughters, Litsalati and Lazelia. As for the others, Seito did not know a single one of them. On Seito's side, there were only Seito, the 5 mechs, Sinyo, Vita, Naya, and Fady left. I knew you weren't a simple guy, but I didn't expect you to be able to do this, Chrono said as he stared at Seito. Seito shrugged and did not answer. Instead, he said, since we know each other, how about it? Do you want to come to my side? I can let you continue to be the captain of a ship and maintain the peace of the dimensional world. Dream on. Chrono rejected without hesitation. What about you? Mr. Gil Graham, since we were both born on Earth, I can also guarantee that as long as you are willing to submit to me, you will definitely be one of the 3 governors of the new Space Administration. Seito shrugged nonchalantly and turned to look at the old man, Gil Graham, who was being protected by the 2 cat girls. Forget it, I just want to retire and return to England to enjoy my old age, Gil Graham said as he shook his head. That's fine too. As long as you give up resisting, I'll let you go immediately, Seito said with a smile. Unfortunately, I can't. If I just leave like this, I'll feel uneasy. Gil Graham turned to look at Lindy, Chrono, and a few other friends who he was familiar with in the Space Administration. At the same time, he smiled and said in a carefree manner, if that's the case, I won't force you. Let's do it. Seito nodded and said. As soon as he finished speaking, Seito's figure instantly appeared in the middle of the Space Administration's team. His body released a large amount of lightning energy that turned into attacks and struck everyone around him. Crackle! Under the attack of the lightning, the less than 15 members of the Space Administration were immediately sent flying and fell to the ground. At this time, Seito stretched his hands forward and grabbed the air with his 10 fingers. The cat girls, Lizarati and Lyzeria, suddenly appeared in his hands and were tightly gripped by their throats. Then, Seito's hands shook and Lizarati and Lyzeria's heads slammed together uncontrollably. Bang! In the muffled sound, the 2 cat girls fell from Seito's hands and fell to the ground heavily. After that, Itose turned into a flash of lightning and appeared in front of Sinyo, Vita, Naya, Fit, and the other members of the Space Administration who were fighting with the 5 special mech. He used a sneak attack to knock them down one by one, ending this unfair battle once and for all. Phew! It's finally over, Saito said in relief as he sealed the telekinesis cores of these people. Then, he turned to Guinevere and said, Valletta, inform Cornelia to release the repair robots to quickly repair this place. From now on, this will be our new base. Okay. Valletta's voice sounded from Guinevere's external speaker. Then, Saito called for people to take away the elites of the Space Administration from the bunker and lock them up. Then, he left the bunker with Sinyo, Vita, Naya, Fit, Lishinka, and the others and walked towards the headquarters located in the center of the dimensional headquarters to announce the end of the era of the Space Administration. Of course, this was only one-sided. If he wanted the world to know that the Space Administration had been replaced, he still had to rely on the subsequent publicity and the martial arts that he had displayed. Otherwise, it was very likely that there would be a large number of rebellions after his announcement. That would be too much of a loss. Chapter 1192. P.S. Thanks to Skimming the Sea, 157747860 so-and-so, and GAN for their precious monthly vote. Thanks to an XCX, 157747860 so-and-so, and Nickfanny for their tip. Jair, let's meet. Saito, who was sitting in a dimly lit office, looked at the half-length portrait of Jerry Scully Eddy that was projected from his desktop onto a virtual screen in midair. This was more than a month after Saito officially took over the Space Administration. In the past month or so, Saito did not expose his image to the people of the entire dimensional world. Instead, he silently digested and reorganized the power of the Space Administration to achieve his true goal of absorbing the Space Administration. And now, a month later, through the use of various methods such as reassignment, replacement, promotion, class change, recall, and training, the subordinate organizations of the Space Administration were finally all under Saito's control. He had officially completed his takeover of the Space Administration. Saito began to arrest Jair Scarlidi in order to ensure the success of his announcement, as well as the assistance of the Sage Monarch Church. He wanted to fulfill his promise to Knight Kareem. Oh! Jerry Scully Eddy raised his eyebrows and said, There doesn't seem to be any reason for us to meet. What if I say that I'm interested in the Holy King in your hands? Saito narrowed his eyes as he didn't expect the other party to agree immediately. Hearing that his biggest secret was exposed, Jerry Scully Eddy's expression froze, and his pupils constricted. I didn't expect you to know about this, Jerry Scully Eddy said softly with an inexplicable meaning. The Sage Monarch Church is trying to hide the truth, Yang Chi said. However, it's not like I don't have any information channels in the church. I can still find out about the theft of the Holy King's blood. Saito casually spouted some nonsense. He couldn't possibly tell the other party that he knew all of this from the original. As a token of sincerity, how about this? Then, Saito reached out and opened the drawer of his desk. He took out a dark brown wooden box engraved with a large number of complicated patterns and placed it on the table. He gently opened it and revealed the object inside. In an instant, a jewel seed that was 2 to 3 times larger than the crystal blue jewel seed appeared. Its shape was the same as the jewel seed. It was a double-pointed rhombus with 8 sides. However, the pink crystal that was emitting a faint and magnificent light was reflected in the eyes of Jerry Scully Eddy on the screen. This was one of the most important items he was after, the Saint's Relic Crystal. This Saint Relic Crystal was something Itosei encountered by chance in a dimensional world that looked like the Middle Ages of Earth when he was conquering the dimensional world. Even Itosei himself felt a little baffled when he obtained this Saint Relic Crystal. Since you are so sincere, I will accept your offer. That's great. 3 days later. Let's meet at the Seaside Leisure Club in the 7th Management World. J. Scully Eddy smiled and said, "Okay." Saito nodded and agreed. After that, he cut off the communication. He turned off the virtual light screen and let the light in the room return to its bright state. "I wonder how many of the 12 fighter pilots he has made." Saito stood up and turned his chair to face the window behind him. He stood up and looked down at the Dimensional Space Headquarters that had become prosperous again. Since he had chosen the Dimensional Space Administration's Dimensional Space Headquarters as his final base, the underground city base in World 33 naturally had to be divided. Therefore, after taking over the Dimensional Space Administration's Dimensional Space Headquarters, Saito let Lishinka and Doretta each take a dimensional spaceship controlled by a captain that he had hypnotized and brainwashed to return to World 33. Most of the soldiers and engineering robots that were left there were brought over. Of course, Saito did not abandon Secret Base 33 as the place where he made his fortune. He still left some soldiers and a large number of multi-purpose combat robots there to guard it and use it as a secret force. With the addition of the soldiers and engineering robots that were brought over, the restoration of the Dimensional Space Administration's Dimensional Space Headquarters immediately sped up. In less than a week, not only was it completely restored to its original state, but there were also some modifications made on this foundation. For example, the weapons and defense system of the Dimensional Space Headquarters were enriched. After all, Saito was different from the original higher-ups of the Space Administration. He did not want any rebels to do the same thing that he did in the future. After quietly watching for a while, Saito withdrew his gaze and walked back to his chair. He turned on the virtual light screen again and slowly looked for things that could be used for entertainment. At the same time, he divided part of his attention to silently deduce the power in his hands. Just like that, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this morning, Saito, who was wearing a green beach suit with a white pattern on the surface, brought Valletta, who was wearing a sleeveless long dress, Yagami Gale, Takamachi Naya, Fit, as well as Sinyo, Vita, Shamar, and Zafira, who were still in casual clothes, to the 7th management dimension, which was known as a vacation paradise. In fact, Saito intended to let Cornelia, Bertolli's, Doretta, Nanette, and Monica come as well, leaving only Lishinka, the Lantern Man, to handle the affairs in the Dimensional Space Headquarters. However, Cornelia, who was a strong career woman, actually said that she was not interested and directly rejected Saito's suggestion, probably because her sister Euphemia was not around. Bertolli's was too busy to leave, Doretta and Nanette both had work to do, and Monica was the only one who was interested. However, since Doretta and Nanette, who were also knights, were not going, she was too embarrassed to participate in this kind of activity, so she had no choice but to politely reject Saito's suggestion. Sinyo, take Gale and the others to have fun first. Valletta and I are going to meet someone. Saito turned to Sinyo and said. Okay, Sinyo nodded and agreed. Oniai-sama, please come back soon, Yagami Gale said. Okay, Saito reached out and patted Gale's head with a smile. Then, he took back his hand and separated from Yagami Gale and the others. He headed for the rendezvous point with Jerry Scully Eddy. After a few turns, Saito and Valletta arrived at a spacious beach and stopped at an open-air resting area. Soon, a woman with long lavender hair, a gentle face, and dressed like a secretary was standing next to him. She was sitting at a round table, overlooking the tourists playing on the beach while quietly drinking a cup of coffee. Ito-sei saw Jill Scully Eddy. Saito smiled and walked towards J. Scully Eddy with Valletta. You sure are brave to choose such a place to meet. Aren't you afraid that the people from the Space Administration will arrest you? Saito pulled out a chair and sat down without hesitation. Valletta did not say anything. Like the woman beside J. Scully Eddy, she quietly stood behind Saito and to the right. I might have been worried in the past, but not now. J. Scully Eddy turned around and smiled. After all, the one meeting me now is you. The new governor of the Space Administration. isn't it? It seems that your spy did not escape from the Space Administration. Instead, she changed her identity and continued to hide. Saito narrowed his eyes slightly and said softly. Jerry Scully smiled at Eddie but did not say anything. Obviously, he acquiesced to Saito's guess. I was careless. I thought that the person in the fighter plane too would return to J. Scully Eddie directly after the ground headquarters was destroyed and wait for his new instructions. I didn't expect her to directly change her identity and sneak in. I just don't know if she is now disguised as the people from the Space Administration or among the soldiers I got from the Rubik's Cube world. Saito thought to himself. But it doesn't matter. After I take down J. Scully Eddie, I will directly get the person in the fighter plane too from his memory. Thinking of this, Saito smiled calmly, then suddenly launched his instant transmission ability, moved J. Scully Eddie to his side, and imprisoned him in midair with Space Shackle. Seeing that J. Scully Eddie was caught, the purple-haired woman who had been standing behind him immediately changed her expression and attacked Saito fiercely. At the same time, the shadow under J. Scully Eddie's feet suddenly expanded outward, and an arm stretched out from the shadow and grabbed J. Scully Eddie, who was imprisoned in midair. In just an instant, the grasping action of the arm paused as if it had touched an invisible physical barrier. The hand could not grasp J. Scully Eddie's ankle. Bang! At this time, the fist of Valletta, who also rushed out from behind Saito, collided heavily with the fist of the purple-haired woman. One side used Tsunade's extraordinary strength fist taught by Saito, while the other side was a level A fighter. In terms of strength and explosive power, the two sides were about the same. What's more, Jean Du also had a self-defense barrier around him. Therefore, in the muffled sound of the collision, Valletta and the purple-haired woman, the fighter plane 2 Uno, were forced to retreat. As for the arm that stretched out from the shadow, it belonged to the fighter who had the inherent skill of inorganic stealth. 6 Saiyan. At this moment, accompanied by a sharp sound, a tall woman with dark short hair rushed to Saito's side at a speed comparable to the speed of sound. She waved a short sword made of energy in her hand and stabbed it towards Saito's neck. Judging from the attacking methods and weapons, the one who launched the attack was the third of the 12 fighter pilots created by Giscarliti. She was good at high-speed maneuvering and close combat, and was the best of all the fighter pilots. Tori. Saito was able to react to her attack at a speed comparable to the speed of sound. Therefore, before Tori's attack reached him, an invisible solidified dimensional barrier appeared beside him and blocked Tori's attack. Then, with a thought from Itose, several shackling bracelets that were still completely composed of solidified space suddenly appeared. They were wrapped around the limbs of Tori and Uno, as well as the arms and wrists of Thane that stretched out from Yin's shadow, imprisoning them in place. As expected of a fugitive who has been on the run for so many years. You are so well prepared even for a meeting. After waiting for 2 more rounds, Itose looked at J. Scully, whose expression had changed, and said with a smile when he saw that there were no more attacks. Valletta, who also noticed that Uno and the others were imprisoned, walked to the shadow and bent down to grab Saiyan's arm that could not be retracted due to the dimensional barrier. She forcefully pulled Saiyan out of the shadow. Saito, who cooperated well with Valletta, was even faster. Before Saiyan could straighten her body, several dimensional shackles fell on her and imprisoned her in mid-air. After doing all this, Saito stood up and quickly knocked out J. Scully Eddie, Uno, Tori, and Saiyan one by one. Then, he teleported them and Valletta away from the somewhat chaotic seaside club and appeared at a deserted beach. Saito, who still felt that he was being watched, raised his eyebrows slightly and said softly, "It seems that Covatero has also installed detection eyes on you to cooperate with his surveillance." Then, he spread his fingers, and waves of powerful electromagnetic clutter covered J. Scully, Eddie, and the other 3, destroying the small scouting tools that they might be carrying on their clothes. Pop, 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 pop. In an instant, a series of small explosions could be heard coming from the bodies of Jerry Scully, Eddie, and the others. After a few seconds, Seito smiled when he could no longer hear the explosions. He teleported Jay Scully, Eddie, and Valletta away from where they were and appeared at another location. Because it was a world that focused on tourism and leisure, there were not many places under the 7th Management World. Therefore, the new location they appeared at was still an empty space with no one around. At this point, Seito did not waste any time. He grabbed Jay Scully Eddie and pressed his hand on his head, activating hypnosis and mental sensing abilities to explore and modify his memory. Although Jay Scully Eddie was not a magus, as a scientist, a lunatic, and a semi-mental patient, his mental strength and mental resilience were very high. It took Seito half a day to break through his mental core, so it was not until more than an hour later that Seito successfully modified Jay Scully Eddie's memory. Then, Seito threw Jay Scully Eddie aside and grabbed Uno to modify her memory. Then, it was Thane. It must be mentioned here what a fighter pilot was. The so-called fighter pilot was a product of the human body with magically engineered machines on the basis of the human body. It was very similar to the half-human, half-machine state of the future world of science and technology. It was very human, so it had always been resisted by most of the magical girl Naya's world. This was also why Jay Scully Eddie, who was just a simple scientist, was regarded as a highly dangerous criminal. After more than 5 hours, Seito successfully modified the memories of Jay Scully Eddie, Uno, Tor, and Thane. Chapter 1193. After hypnotizing Scully Eddie, the rest was very simple. With Scully Eddie leading the way, Seito and the others quickly arrived at his secret base. At this time, Scully Eddie had already found the war legacy of the ancient Baruka dynasty, the Holy King's Cradle. So, just like the original character, he built his secret base in the cradle. Seito's arrival naturally alarmed Kovatro, who had the same authority to control the monitor as Uno. However, just as she was about to send out the fighter sisters in the cradle to rescue Scully Eddie, Uno stopped her. Then, under the declaration of Scully Eddie, the father of all the fighters, she had no choice but to accept the fact that Seito was their new employer. She curled her lips and welcomed Seito into the core of the cradle. Through some observations along the way and Scully Eddie's introduction, Seito discovered that not all of the 12 fighters in the original character had completed their modifications. Only 8 of them had completed their modifications. Among them, the 9th, Novi, was still in the process of being modified. By the way, on the way to the core of the cradle, Seito also saw another original character, the summoner Lucia Alfino. Since she appeared here as expected, then her mother Meganu Alfino, Zast Glengates, and the ancient Baruka fusion-type magic device. Ekit should also be here, Seito thought thoughtfully. Then, Seito put these matters aside and began to concentrate on processing the memories of the fighters that had been produced. If he did not process them properly, Seito absolutely believed that with Scully Eddie's character, he would definitely find out the reason for his change in attitude and recover his memories. After all, this guy was a lunatic who could divide his genes and memories into 12 parts and place them into 12 fighters. Retrieving his memories was a piece of cake. Seito spent an entire day to process the memories of all the fighters. With Uno's help, he cleaned up the images that Quattro had taken of the conflict between him and Jay Scully. Seito spent half a day in the cradle to familiarize himself with it. Then he took the holy relic that Scully Eddie had stolen from the Sage Monarch Church. Together with Scully Eddie and Valletta, Seito left the cradle and returned to the 7th Management World's Seaside Club to meet up with Yagami Haste and the others. Naturally, Seito, who was late and brought back a third wheel, was scolded by Yagami Gale. 3 days later, Seito had a good time with Yagami Haste, now Takamachi, Fetty, and Valletta. He also took advantage of all the women, including Shyamar and Sinyo, either intentionally or unintentionally. Finally, he brought everyone back to the Dimensional Space Administration's Dimensional Space Headquarters. Long time no see, Knight Kareem. In the same dimly lit office, Sei-Ito looked at Kareem on the virtual screen in front of him and greeted him with a smile. Long time no see, Mr. Ito. Ito-san. Kareem returned the greeting. What business does Mr. Ito have with me? Kareem asked. I've found what you lost. Sei-Ito took out the holy relic from the drawer and placed it on the table. Of course, I also brought back Mr. Scully Eddy himself. However, in exchange for handing over the holy relic, I promise that he won't be held responsible by the Sage Monarch Church. You see, Kareem, who was originally happy to see the holy relic, frowned when she heard this. Anyway, the church didn't disclose this matter to the public, right? Sei-Ito said again after giving Kareem enough time to think. All right. Colum sighed helplessly in a situation where she had the upper hand. Thank you for your tolerance, Knight Kareem. I promise that Scully Eddy will never steal your holy relic again. Sei-Ito promised with a serious expression. Mr. Ito, you're too kind. Kareem said softly. Then, she asked hesitantly, I don't know about the Sage Monarch. I arrived just in time. Scully Eddy's preparations were not completed yet. Therefore, other than extracting and cultivating the blood of the Sage Monarch from the holy relic, he did not start the cloning of the Sage Monarch, Sei-Ito explained with a smile. That's good. Kareem breathed a sigh of relief. Obviously, she was also a little uncertain about the living Sage Monarch. I'll have to trouble you this time, Mr. Ito. I'll send someone to retrieve the holy relic later. Then, Kareem, who was completely relaxed, smiled. It's nothing. Sei-Ito smiled. Right. When does Mr. Ito plan to officially announce the change of the Space Administration? The church can also cooperate with your actions to launch publicity. At this time, Kareem, who seemed to have thought of something, asked. It will probably take another half a month. After all, there are a lot of things to do. Sei-Ito shrugged helplessly. In that case, I won't disturb Mr. Ito's work. Kareem said. Okay. Sei-Ito responded with a smile. Then, he politely said goodbye to Kareem and ended the call. Then, Sei-Ito used his mind to connect with Bertolli's and said, Ask Norma Keene of the 1st Legion to come to my office. This Norma Keene was one of the 12 fighter pilots who had the inherent skill of false mask, which allowed her to change her appearance at will. She was the 2nd fighter pilot who was in charge of gathering information for Scully Eddy, Doi. Through Scully Eddy and Uno's introduction, Sei-Ito knew that she was now disguised as the nightmare pilot of the 1st Legion, which Valletta belonged to. Clang clang clang. After waiting quietly for more than 10 minutes, there was a crisp sound of knocks on the door. Come in. Sei-Ito deliberately said in a low voice. Creak. Accompanied by a soft sound, a young woman with short hair about 1.7 meters tall, with a chiseled face and wearing a Britannia Knight uniform, walked in. She gave off an unusual sense of beauty. Your Majesty! Doi, who had transformed into Norma Keene, knelt on one knee and said with her head lowered. Obviously, her disguise was very thorough. She even managed to find out Sei-Ito's identity among the Britannia soldiers. Sei-Ito did not bother to talk nonsense. He directly teleported her to his side and reached out to grab her. Then, he used his mind power to invade Doi's mind and began to hypnotize her. After about an hour, Doi, who was a professional spy, announced that the modification of her memory had been completed. At this point, except for Now, who was the 9th fighter pilot who was still being modified, and the other 3 fighter pilots who had yet to be manufactured, all of Scully Eddy's fighter pilots had been hypnotized. Your Majesty! Doi, who staggered away from Sei-Ito's palm, knelt on one knee again and called out respectfully with her head lowered. "You may leave. Then, go to Bertoli's and tell her about yourself. Ask her to arrange a new job for you." Seito nodded slightly. "Yes," Doi replied. Then, she stood up, turned around, and walked out of the office. She walked towards Bertoli's office. After dealing with Doi's problem, Seito got up and left the office. He went to look for Cornelia, Valletta, Yagami Hakaze, Takamachi Naya, Fetty, and even Sinyo, Shammar, Doretta, Nonnet, Monica, and Bertoli's to deepen his relationship with them. Just like that, half a month passed by in an ordinary manner. Seito, who had finished all the preparations, changed into the blue uniform of the Space Administration. Cornelia, Valletta, Knight Kareem of the Sage Monarch Church, and the former high-ranking officials of the Space Administration surrounded him. He walked to the central podium of the newly renovated Space Administration's ground headquarters in Midzil City. He faced the news reporters from various dimensions and announced that he had become the new governor of the Space Administration. Naturally, the reporters were immediately stimulated by this sensational news. It was as if they had eaten an aphrodisiac. They all rushed to ask Seito their questions. At the same time, as a condition of the original deal, the Sage Monarch Church also used their Sage Monarch Church system in various dimensions, countries, and even regions to help Seito spread the news. They wanted the public in all dimensions to know of Seito's existence, who Seito was, and what Seito looked like. At this point, Magical Girl Naya's world quickly entered the era of Seito's Space Administration. At the same time, in the main world, "Riko, what are we having for dinner tonight?" Erica lazily asked Riko, who was wearing black tights, a red long-sleeved blouse, and a red and black shawl. She had long, silky blonde hair. Before Seito left home, she used the Guardian Knight system in the Book of Night to create a household combat maid. "It's cold buckwheat noodles." Riko's cute voice sounded from the kitchen. "What's that?" Erica's eyes lit up. She had never eaten cold buckwheat noodles before. She asked with great interest. "It's noodles made from buckwheat flour. You just have to cook it and dip it in seasoning before eating," Riko explained as she walked out of the kitchen with a large bowl of yellow buckwheat noodles soaked in clear cold water. "Oh, so this is buckwheat noodles." Erica looked at the bowl of noodles in realization. Why aren't Ms. Liliana and the others back yet?" Riko put the bowl on the table and asked curiously. "They probably ran into another rat that snuck in," Erica replied casually. Chapter 1194. The so-called rats were the spies of various countries who had used various methods to infiltrate Akakuru City, as well as the mercenaries who had received missions from the Bounty Union. After Seito had left for a week, the various countries had basically finished dealing with the hordes of monsters within their borders. Clearly, there were people who were interested in the things in Akakuru City. Fortunately, the arrangements Seito had made before he left were still quite effective. First of all, he had eliminated the possibility of being attacked from all sides. He had consolidated the area around Akakuru City like a cage. Then, there was the extremely tempting mission he had put up in the Bounty Union, which stopped the experts of the Gathering of Darkness from moving out. Then, there were the Black Ball squads scattered all over the world who were constantly harassing the various churches, which temporarily put an end to the possibility of the church sending people to cause trouble in Akakuru City. As a result, although there were many people who came, they weren't experts. They were basically a bunch of people who had gone crazy thinking about money and agents who had no choice but to come because they were part of the organization. These people didn't even get past Liliana and the others, let alone the artificial angels of unknown levels. Most of them had died here. Well, no matter what, we're all colleagues who serve the same king. It's really unreasonable for me to eat alone. Then, I'll just wait for them. I'm really polite. Erica seemed to sigh as she stated her statement. Seeing this, Shimohira Lingua found it very funny and couldn't help but chuckle softly. I wonder when the king will return. Erika muttered softly, ignoring Shimohira Lingua's laughter. Yeah, I wonder when he'll return. Shimohira Lingua was stunned when she heard this. Her face also revealed a look of longing as she softly said this. At this moment, the sky above Akakuru City suddenly lit up. An enormous aura instantly spread out, covering the entire sky above the city. Suppress. Immediately after, a soft cry that seemed to directly resound in people's hearts suddenly rang out. This is the voice of an artificial angel. To actually need it to take action, it seems that the enemy this time is very strong. Hearing the low cry, Erika abruptly stood up from her chair and looked into the distance as she spoke in a deep voice. At the same time, Eriko's figure instantly appeared in the sky above the shrine. Her sharp eyes scanned the surroundings, looking for possible enemies. Seal! At this moment, the clear voice belonging to the artificial angel sounded from the bottom of his heart again. Two middle-aged men were sprawled across the ground in an extremely disheveled manner on a street in the southwestern corner of Akakuruno City. Thin and long white energy threads were shooting out of thin air in a seemingly chaotic manner. However, it wrapped around the bodies of the two men in a mysterious manner. Then, with a slight flash, it disappeared into the bodies of the two middle-aged men. Monster! Sensing the changes in the energy in his body, one of the middle-aged men looked up at the artificial angel hovering in the sky with a pale face. Moving his lips, he whispered softly. The other man didn't say anything. However, the same expression flashed through his eyes. The middle-aged man who spoke was called Lu Dongxing. He was an S-rank ability user with the ability to control shadows. The other man was called Chen Yaowu. He was an expert who had cultivated external arts to the inner realm. The so-called inner realm referred to the stage where one's external arts had reached the inner realm. It was about the same as the inner realm Xiantian realm. If converted to an international scale, it would be around a rank. However, due to the special nature of martial artists, their combat strength was often higher. The two of them were high-ranking members of the National Security Agency. This time, they had come to Akakuruno City to steal information related to the Rainbow Cannon. However, they didn't expect that as soon as the two of them emerged from the shadows created by Lu Dongxing, they would immediately be suppressed to the ground by a huge force. Moreover, their abilities and internal chi had been sealed by an inexplicable force. How's your situation? Lu Dongxing looked at Chen Yaowu and asked. My internal chi has been sealed. My blood flow is sluggish. My external arts have been reduced by at least 3 levels. Chen Yaowu frowned as he replied. It seems that we won't be able to complete our mission this time. Lu Dongxing laughed bitterly. We don't have time to think about our mission right now. We should hurry up and escape. The higher-ups have already said that we shouldn't clash with that Sei Ito for the time being. Chen Yaowu said unhappily. After saying that, he ignored Lu Dongxing, who had lost his ability, and began to circulate his blood flow in an attempt to break free from this suppressive force. Rise! With a low shout, Chen Yaowu's originally somewhat loose clothes immediately became tight. It was as if they were about to explode. At the same time, Chen Yaowu's exposed skin turned from bronze to dark red, as if it had been dyed in a layer of blood. And during this change, Chen Yaowu's body slowly propped itself up from the ground. But in the next moment, an even greater pressure fiercely fell on his body, wanting to suppress Chen Yaowu once again. As a martial artist, and as someone who cultivated external arts that emphasized perseverance, Chen Yaowu was unwilling to be suppressed like this. His cheeks bulged as he clenched his teeth. His face was sinister and his eyes were bloodshot. Blue veins and blood vessels appeared on his forehead as he continued to struggle with all his might. Kacha! Kacha! Under Chen Yaowu's resistance, The asphalt ground that supported his strength immediately cracked with irregular dents centered on Chen Yao's palms, knees, and toes. At this time, accompanied by an extremely soft buzzing sound, several multifunctional guard robots that looked like adult toys that had been magnified dozens of times flew out from all over the place and arrived in front of Chen Yaowu and Lu Dongxing. Warning: your actions have violated the laws of Akikuruno City. According to the relevant contract, the two of you are officially arrested. A robotic voice that was very similar to a human voice sounded from the multifunctional guard robot's mouth. Chen Yaowu, who was trying hard to resist, didn't have the heart and energy to pay attention to the guard robot's announcement. Lu Dongxing, on the other hand, closed his eyes speechlessly and pretended to ignore it. As robots, they didn't have the superfluous emotions of humans. After the announcement was over, one of the robots flew above Lu Dongxing's head and shot out 6 special ropes from the 6 jets under the 3 spherical blue crystals in front of it, tying up Lu Dongxing, who had no resistance at all. At the same time, another robot came in front of Chen Yaowu and shot out a rope to tie him up. "Get out of my way!" Chen Yaowu shouted angrily. Crackle! The robot that detected Chen Yaowu's resistance was even more unceremonious. It directly connected the ropes made of special materials to Chen Yaowu's body and applied an electric shock to him. The electric shock used by the guard robots was somewhat similar to Misaka Mikoto's electric shock gun. Although the frequency was high enough, the voltage wasn't enough. At most, it could only knock people out and not cause too serious a threat to their lives. Moreover, if there really was a life-threatening situation, it was their own fault. The guard robot's most primitive electric shock settings were set according to the upper limit of human endurance. If the enemy wasn't knocked unconscious within this limit, the guard robots would release the electric shock restrictions and switch to a special form. And when a special form was used, it was basically either an enemy or a troublemaker. They deserved to die. Under the chaotic electric shock, the external expert was electrocuted until his skin and flesh were split open. His whole body was charred black and smoking. Even so, Chen Yaowu still had a breath left, but he didn't have the strength to resist. After capturing the 2 criminals, the guard robots turned around and, under the escort of several other robots, sent them to a temporary prison specially built to detain the special people who had recently infiltrated Akizuno City. As for the prison's keeper, Kinuhata Saito, who was from the Black Ops, didn't want to give in. Of course, other than that, Oriana, who had already been in the inner world, was also very suitable, but because of Liliana's objection, she didn't do it. At the same time that Lu Dongxing and Chen Yaowu were taken away by the security robots, in the headquarters of the Special Task Force far away in the capital, there was a long beeping sound in a room of more than 60 square meters filled with instruments of unknown functions. How is that possible? Lu Dongxing and Chen Yaowu were captured. Hearing the beeping sound, a man in his 40s quickly walked to the front of the device and said in shock. Obviously, Lu Dongxing and Chen Yaowu had some kind of special device on them that could secretly transmit information about them. Then he didn't dare to hesitate and quickly walked out of the room and ran to the office where the leader of the Special Task Force was located. Creak! The middle-aged man reached out and pushed open the door in front of him and walked into the room with a gloomy face. Old Chen? What's wrong? Seeing the expression of the middle-aged man named Old Chen who walked into the room, Team Leader Zhao, who had met Sei Ito twice, asked in a deep voice. Lu Dongxing and Chen Yaowu were both captured. The middle-aged man replied in a deep voice. Yes, I confirmed it myself. Old Chen nodded and replied. Team Leader Zhao frowned when he heard this. He took out a pack of Chunghwa cigarettes from his pocket and took out 2 cigarettes. Then he threw one in his mouth and threw the other to Old Chen. He lit the cigarette with a lighter and lowered his head to think. How were they captured? After a while, Old Chen asked. The message was very short. It seems that it was sent back in a very hasty situation, so it didn't say the reason. Old Chen shook his head and replied. An old team member who is good at hiding and has carried out many secret missions, an old comrade who is strong on the outside but strong on the inside, was captured so easily by the other party. It seems that we underestimated Saito. Old Chen took 2 puffs of the cigarette, hiding his face in the smoke, and said slowly with a sigh. What do we do now? Old Chen nodded, took a puff of the cigarette, and asked in a deep voice. Let's observe the situation first. If it really doesn't work, we'll inform Little Yang and let him communicate with the other side. Old Chen shook his head helplessly. Chapter 1195. P.S. Thank you to NXCX and Nickfany for their tip. Accompanied by a dazzling light, 2 male figures appeared in a desolate world. Huh? Where is this? The hale and hearty old man looked around and said with a puzzled expression. Grandpa, this is the half-plane I captured with my ability. It's one of the backups I'd prepared for my family and Akazuru City in the origin world. The young man beside the old man replied with a smile. Yes, these 2 people were Sei Ito and Ito Kikujiro. The reason why the 2 appeared here this time was that after devouring Naruto's world, Don Ito, who had been in the Sea of Laws for a long time, was about to reach the critical point of a breakthrough and needed to return to the origin world for the final correction. It's really a blessing for my Ito family to have you, Ah-cheng. Hearing this, Old Man Ito said with a long sigh. Seito smiled reservedly and didn't say anything. Let's go back, Don Ito said. Seito nodded, reactivated the dimensional transfer magic array, and took the old man back to his home in Akazuru City in the origin world. They appeared in the dark room with the dimensional transfer magic array. Then, the 2 walked out of the dark room and returned to the house. Master! Seeing Seito suddenly return, the old man dressed in a black and white maid uniform, who was cleaning the room, hurriedly called out. She is? The old man asked curiously. I arranged a maid for the family, Rico. After all, Mother and the others also have to cultivate. Others also have things to do, so they basically can't take time to deal with the housework. What's more, sometimes the food they make. Seito spread his hands in front of him with a helpless look on his face. It seems that Ah-cheng also suffered a lot. Old Man Ito, who knew the meaning of Ito Seiji's unfinished words, laughed out loud like an old man. Rico, go and make a cup of tea for Grandpa. Seito turned to look at Rico and ordered. Yes, master. Lizzie agreed and then walked into the kitchen with small step. She took out the tools one by one from the cupboard and poured tea for the old man. I'll go find Mother. Seito retracted his gaze and looked at the old man. Then, the old man nodded and walked into the house. Knock, knock, knock. Seito knocked on the door. Come in, Eriko's voice rang out. Hua! Seito opened the horizontal paper door. He stepped into the room. Immediately after, Seito caught sight of Eriko, who was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the room, wearing a white shirt and dark blue pants. Mother, Seito greeted. You're back. Seeing Seito, Eriko said with a gentle smile on her face. Yes. Seito nodded and replied, Grandpa came back with me. Grandpa came back? You mean? Eriko paused for a moment and then said, as if she understood something. Grandpa has reached the critical point. He came back to make a breakthrough. Seito nodded and confirmed. It's really unexpected. Our family will also have such a day. Hearing the confirmation, Eriko said with a face full of emotion. Seito didn't say anything. He quietly waited for Eriko to finish lamenting. At Eriko's level, her temperament had already reached a certain level, so her mood fluctuations came and went quickly, which was in 3 or 4 seconds. Eriko calmed down and stood up from the ground. She said softly, Let's go out. We shouldn't keep your grandfather waiting. She then followed Seito out of the bedroom and returned to the front hall. Father, long time no see. Eriko looked at Don Ito, who seemed to be in good spirits, and greeted him with a salute. She then walked to the table and sat down, chatting with Don Ito. Grandpa, Mother, you two chat. I'll go to the back and build a secret room for seclusion, Seito said as he stood up. Don't we have a secret room for seclusion at home? Don Ito, who knew that there was a secret room for seclusion at home, asked curiously. Father, that secret room is currently being used by Ling, so there's no room for seclusion at home, Eriko explained. Ling? Ling is about to make a breakthrough? Don Ito asked in surprise. Yes. Eriko nodded. Good, 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 good. Old man Ito, who was full of joy, stood up abruptly and said with a smile on his face. Seeing this, Ito-sei also smiled and nodded to greet the old man. Then, he turned and walked out of the front hall and walked along the corridor to the back mountain behind the house. Because he wanted to build a closed-door secret room for people to break through, naturally, he couldn't build it next to the original secret room. Otherwise, it would cause people to be injured. Therefore, Ito-sei directly crossed the original secret room and walked further inside. He didn't stop until he came to a place surrounded by ancient trees. Ito's figure flickered, and he instantly turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared from the ground, appearing deep underground. Then, Ito reformed his body and opened the Rubik's Cube world to devour the surrounding soil, creating an empty space that was 5 meters tall and about 50 square meters in area. He then used a spell to set up the walls around it. Under Ito's control, one formation after another was set up to strengthen the walls, to block auras, to resist impacts, and to act as alarms, turning the underground secret room into a secret room. 10 minutes later, Ito, who had turned the underground secret room into a secret room, took out a spatial door and installed it on one of the walls to connect to the outside. Then, he used the power of space and teleported to create dozens of air holes in the secret room. After that, he teleported back to the house and returned to the room. Grandfather, it's done, Ito said to Don Ito and Eriko, who were looking at him. All right, I'll go into seclusion as well. I can't lose to the two of you. Don Ito stood up from his seat and looked at Ito and Eriko with a smile. Then, accompanied by Eriko, he followed Ito out of the house and into the library that was now empty. Through the secret door in the library, Ito-sei came to the room where the family secret book was kept. He took out a space door and installed it on one side of the wall of the secret room of the library. The way to use it is the same as over there. Directly use the energy in your body to activate the special array on the door, then you can open the space door to the secret room, and the space door in the secret room has the function of closing the connection. After Grandpa enters, you can close it according to the method over there. Ito-sei turned his body and looked at Old Man Ito and Eriko, who were standing to the side. Don Ito, who completely understood Ito's meaning, nodded and walked to the spatial door. He held the door handle and used the energy in his body to activate the special array on the door and gently opened it. Without hesitation, he stepped into the colorful barrier that seemed to be a mixture of several colors and disappeared. The next moment, the colorful barrier in the spatial door flashed and suddenly broke apart, turning back into the original cement wall. Clearly, Don Ito had closed the connection between the spatial door on the other side. Mother, let's go back, Ito said to Eriko after closing the spatial door. Eriko nodded and followed Ito back to the house. After chatting with Ito for a while, she also returned to her bedroom to continue to practice and comprehend the power of the S-class. Ito, who had nothing to do, immediately spread out his mental power. Through a mysterious way, he connected with the will of the artificial angel in the sky and explored what happened in Akikuruno City during the time he was away. Almost instantly, a large number of images poured into Ito's mind through the mental connection. What happened in the world during this time, especially the sneak attacks that happened at night, was reported to Seito. After a while, Seito, who had digested the information sent by the artificial angel, sneered, "Mercenaries, special forces, Americans, and these few Chinese, TSK, they all came." With a flash, he disappeared from the room and reappeared in an office in Akikuruno City's City Hall. With a mischievous look on his face, he reached out to grab Erika's chest, who was elegantly lifting a cup of coffee to her mouth. "Humph!" Erika, who was suddenly attacked in the chest, snorted angrily and threw the coffee in her hand behind her. At the same time, she silently took out her beloved sword, the Lion King's heart, and stabbed it behind her. Seito's figure disappeared and calmly avoided Erika's swift counterattack. He appeared in front of Erika and kissed her on the lips. Erika, who originally wanted to fight back, saw the face of the attacker. A hint of anger flashed in her eyes. She opened her mouth and bit Seito's tongue that reached into her mouth. "King, sneak attacking a lady like this is not the behavior of a gentleman." Erika, who was biting Seito's tongue, looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. "I naturally wouldn't do that to other women, but you are my woman, aren't you? My dear Erika." Seito, who raised his hand to caress Erika's cheek, chuckled. However, because his tongue was bitten, his voice and intonation were very strange. "Humph, this level of flattery won't convince me, my king," Erika said with a seductive look on her face. "Then I will use my body and mind to atone for my sins," Seito said with a smile. After that, he leaned down again and kissed Erika's lips heavily. They kissed passionately until a few minutes later, when Erika was a little short of breath, he let her go again. "My king is too capricious." Erika, who was gasping for breath, rolled her eyes at Seito and said, "That's because, Erika, you are too attractive." Seito sat back on the desk in front of Erika and smiled. "Humph." Erika, who had a satisfied look in her eyes, snorted and asked, "When did my king come back?" "About half an hour ago. But other than Mother and Rico, you are the first person to see me," Seito said with a frivolous smile. "It just so happens that I have something that needs my king's decision." Erika, who was satisfied with the Yu family in her heart, pretended to be calm and said, "It's about a few Chinese people that we have imprisoned." "You mean those guys who entered Akikuruno City at night?" Seito asked with a raised eyebrow. "It seems that my king already knows what happened recently." "Yes, it's those Chinese people." Erika nodded and confirmed. "A person named Yang Wei contacted the people in Akikuruno City and said that he wants to see you." "Yang Wei? It seems that I guessed correctly. Those Chinese people really came from there." Seito sneered when he heard Yang Wei's name. "Because my king wasn't here, I received the person who called himself Yang Wei." Erika continued. "What did he say?" Seito asked with a frown. "He said that he wants us to release those Chinese people." Erika said straightforwardly. "Did he say anything else?" Seito narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice. "No." Erika said with a shake of her head. "Heh," Seito sneered ambiguously and then said coldly, "You continue to receive him and tell him that if he wants us to release them, he can do it. But he has to pay a price. If he wants us to release them with just empty words, he can dream on." "I understand." Erika nodded and then asked, "Then what should we ask for?" "Magic treasures, elixirs, heavenly materials and earthly treasures, or secret books of cultivation and refinement. Anything will do. As for how much you want, it's up to you." Ito-sei replied. "Okay." Erika, who was smiling like a little fox, said, "All right, let's not talk about them. Tell me about the progress of the city's renovation." Seito shook his head and said again. Erika then gave Seito a detailed introduction of Akikuruno City's renovation progress, the things that were lacking, and the estimated completion time. "I understand. I'll get the materials later." Seito nodded after listening to Erika's introduction. "Also, I'll leave a batch of materials in the demiplane. If there's a shortage of materials, you can go to the demiplane to get them." After saying that, he took out a huge space bracelet and tossed it to Erica. "Okay." Erica nodded after receiving the bracelet. After that, Seito chatted with Erica for a while, and then used instant transmission to leave the administrative office. He went to the construction base, temporary prison, hotel, and other places to meet with Ping Linghua, Liliana, Kinuhata Sai, Oriana, Kuraki Mai, Nagasawa Masami, and several other celebrities. After that, he used the dimensional transmission magic array again to return to the demiplane. After leaving behind a large pile of construction materials, he flashed into the Rubik's Cube world. "I wonder what's the situation in the other two worlds," Seito thought as he stood in the void of the Rubik's Cube world. Then, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the center of a huge vortex that suddenly appeared. Chapter 1196. At the core of the willpower energy cluster, which was covered with various expressions of sadness, mockery, joy, and madness, was a huge, oval-shaped object composed entirely of silver filaments that resembled a cocoon stood. Like a living heart, it expanded and contracted rhythmically to and fro. On the outside of the cocoon, countless silver filaments extended outwards like the silk of a cicada. They were tightly connected with the willpower energy cluster, absorbing a mysterious and unknown power. Crack, just like this, after an unknown amount of time, a crisp cracking sound suddenly came from the center of the willpower energy cluster. And this soft cracking sound was like the beginning. A series of crisp cracking sounds came from the cocoon. At the same time, slender cracks began to appear on the surface of the cocoon and spread throughout the entire cocoon. This situation lasted for more than half an hour. But at this moment, accompanied by a loud explosion, the cocoon that was already covered with fine cracks suddenly burst open. A soft light wrapped around a human figure appeared at the original position of the cocoon. Then, the human figure in the light seemed to feel something. It moved slightly and stretched out from the baby's curled-up state. At the same time, it instinctively restrained the light around it. Soon, a baby who looked only 3 or 4 years old with crystal-clear skin and an expressionless face appeared in the center of the willpower energy cluster. Finally stepped into the awakening order. At this time, the expressionless baby's expression changed slightly. His mouth slightly opened as he sighed. After the willpower energy cluster devoured the Naruto and Gundam worlds, and after a total of more than 3 billion people, it broke through the original incubation stage and entered the awakening order. The core of the willpower energy cluster was transformed into Alea. The will of more than 12 billion people, and a large number of them were supported by the will of special people, and they used their own spiritual will to awaken the core in advance to cheat. I really don't know how the Alea in the M-shaped moon world was able to awaken successfully. Ito-sei, who was in the Alea state, whispered in a low voice. If it were to evolve normally, the newly awakened Alea would be as pure as a baby, just like its physical form. Unlike the Alea produced by Ito's willpower, which directly possessed intelligence, it required a certain amount of time, or rather, a long period of accumulation. And this accumulation process was the true process of awakening. Therefore, even though the Alea produced by the willpower energy cluster looked like it had just been born, other than being in the awakening phase, the rest of the Alea was very close to the awakening phase and entering the growth phase. As for Alea in the shape moon world, Ito estimated that the other party had definitely entered the growth stage. Furthermore, it was a high-growth Alea that had absorbed a lot of powerful nutrients. Gather, evolve, nurture, awaken, grow. I really don't know how many worlds I'll have to devour in the future. Ito sighed softly. Then, he severed the connection with Alea and returned his consciousness to his body. However, this is still not enough. It's not enough for me to use Alea to resist the will of the planet. Then, Seito raised his head, looked at the void and asked, how long will it take for magical girl Naya's world to finish devouring? 1 dimension time. Inform me after the devouring is complete, Seito said. Yes. Seito then stopped talking. He closed his eyes and sat cross-legged in the void. He began to recall everything about the birth process of Alea in his mind, especially the process of the qualitative transformation of the soul. He used it as a reference to provide a guide for his own path of evolution. In Seito's meditation, 1 dimension time quickly passed. Devouring complete. The Rubik's Cube's information appeared in Seito's mind in a strange way that would not interrupt his meditation. After receiving the notification, Seito's eyebrows twitched. His main consciousness separated and soared into the void. He connected with Alea, who had closed her eyes and condensed her body in the willpower cluster. Return. Alea, who suddenly opened her exquisite eyes, waved her arm, and a large amount of willpower gushed out from magical girl Naya's world, which had just fused with the world of the Rubik's Cube, straight into the void and into the willpower cluster. Seito, who had transformed into Alea, mobilized the willpower cluster that could be said to be Alea's domain, and began to devour and absorb the willpower. In an instant, pure willpower gushed into Alea's body one after another through mysterious channels, nourishing his newly born body. In an instant, a faint light emerged from Alea's body. It made him look as dignified as a statue of a Buddha. As expected of the magical girl Naya's world with an infinite number of dimensions, its population was far beyond Seito's expectations. Therefore, the willpower that was produced was like a flood that quickly filled the entire willpower cluster, and it began to affect the willpower cluster. However, this flood of willpower was ultimately scattered, and not in a special form like the willpower cluster. In addition, there was a newly born supra-Alea in the willpower cluster. Therefore, although the impact of this willpower wave was powerful, it still had no effect on Alea. Alea patiently converted the willpower into its own nourishment and absorbed it. After an unknown amount of time, this willpower wave was finally completely digested and absorbed. And under the nourishment of this new willpower, Alea's face became even redder. Alea's little face became even redder. She looked very cute with her red face. She could definitely make those Shogun fanatics throw themselves at her without caring about anything else. Oh right, there's still one more world to devour. Seito's eyes lit up as he retracted his willpower and returned to his body. But before going to that world, let's go back to the main world first. I don't know how long it's been since I devoured 2 worlds in a row. Thinking of this, a middle-style dimensional transfer magic circle immediately appeared under Seito's feet. After it slowly rotated twice, a ray of light burst out from the magic circle, and Seito disappeared from the magical world. The next moment, Seito's figure emerged from an explosion of light in the half-plane. Then, without stopping, Seito activated another dimensional transfer magic circle and left the half-plane, returning to the shrine in the main world. With a joyful smile on his face, Seito walked out of the dark room and briskly returned to the house. However, the scene in the house immediately made Seito frown, a bad feeling rising in his heart. At this time, in the room, his mother, Eriko, was frowning. Her eyes flashed with worry from time to time as she sat at the table. Her hands unconsciously rubbed the teacup between her palms. She was absent-mindedly thinking about something. She didn't even notice when Ito-sei entered the room. Obviously, what she was thinking at this time was very important. Otherwise, how could it make an S-class expert relax the most basic vigilance? Even if she was in her own room at this time and didn't pay much attention to it, and Ito-sei had concealed his aura very well, it was still the same. Next to Eriko, Shimaping Linghua, who was supposed to be assisting Erika in the administrative office, was also at home, quietly accompanying Eriko. "What's the situation?" Seito asked in a deep voice after entering the room. "Ah Cheng." Hearing Seito's voice, Eriko and Shimaping Linghua simultaneously raised their heads and looked in the direction of the voice, pleasantly surprised. "Master," Riko called out as she bowed. "What is it, mother?" Seito walked to Eriko's side and sat down, reaching out to hold her hand. "Someone kidnapped Ling," Eriko said, a murderous glint flashing in her eyes. "What's going on?" Seito frowned when he heard Riko's words. At the same time, a powerful aura instantly erupted from his body, blowing the surrounding items into a mess. Fortunately, Seito noticed Shimaping Linghua's pale complexion and immediately withdrew his aura. "While you were away from home, Ling successfully completed her breakthrough and reached S-Class." Speaking of Ling's breakthrough, Eriko's face was full of joy. But soon after, her expression changed and she said fiercely, "But that damned bastard actually attacked Ling when she was at her weakest after the completion of the Bell Calamity and took her away. Do you know who the other party is?" Seito asked in a deep voice. The other party didn't show his face, and after he succeeded, he immediately tore open a scroll-like thing and disappeared with Ling. Eriko shook her head and sighed. "A scroll? Or a teleportation type?" Seito murmured softly. If it was a teleportation scroll, Seito knew where it came from. It came from the British secret realm that he had been to before, the Devil Realm. However, although the number of items sold each year was not much, it never stopped. Therefore, it was impossible to track down the enemy with a teleportation scroll alone. In other words, this clue was useless. "Mother, don't worry. I will definitely save elder sister." Seito, who did not have any clues for the time being, comforted her softly. At the same time, he spread out his spiritual power and contacted the artificial angel guarding Akizuru City. He wanted to know why he, who had leveled up, could not stop the enemy. Soon, a large amount of information poured into Seito's mind through the spiritual connection. From the information sent back by the artificial angel, Seito learned that it had been almost 2 months since he left. It was now August, less than 3 days before the Yulan Hungry Ghost Festival. Secondly, he understood why the artificial angel could not save Suzu Ito. It was because of the tribulation. Chapter 1197. As the test of the main world for those who had advanced, the tribulation cloud itself was of very special existence. Therefore, the moment the tribulation cloud was formed, the imaginary domain of the artificial angel was greatly disturbed and destroyed, causing the area within a kilometer around Suzu Ito to become a special area. The artificial angel could not affect that area, so Suzu Ito ended up being captured as soon as she finished her tribulation. As for the intruder, the artificial angel knew of his existence, but the other party's strength level had not reached level S, which could attract the artificial angel's attention. He was under the management of Liliana and Oriana, as well as the city's surveillance and security system, so the artificial angel did not track that person all the time and only left a wisp of thought to chase after him. Unfortunately, the thought left by the artificial angel on that guy was also wiped clean due to the influence of the tribulation domain. Of course, the rune of the Flying Thunder God positioning technique that Seito left on Suzu Ito was also destroyed under the bombardment of the tribulation thunder. This was also why Seito immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to go to Suzu Ito's location to rescue her. Asian, male, 26 or 27 years old, with a strange accent. From his face, he looks like a Chinese. Other possibilities cannot be ruled out. Strength level B+ or A-. Purpose: suspected to be preparing to use Suzu Ito as a bargaining chip to make a deal with me. Seito thought to himself as he fixed the enemy's image obtained from the artificial angel in his mind and inferred the information. Expand the imaginary network and search the whole world for me. I want to see who is tired of living, Seito said coldly in his mind. The artificial angel did not talk nonsense. He immediately urged the energy in his body to merge with the imaginary domain that covered the entire Akakuruno city. Through the black sphere system that covered the whole world, he began to search all countries and regions. However, this kind of behavior required a huge amount of calculation data. Even the artificial angel could not get the result in an instant, so Seito temporarily put the artificial angel aside and continued to comfort Eriko in a low voice. Mother, don't worry. Since they captured Big Sister and not others, the other party must have a request. We just need to wait for them to reveal their foxtail, then we can find the melon and rescue Big Sister. Sigh, that's the only way. Eriko sighed helplessly. Seeing Eriko's worried expression, Seito thought. Rita Ito, who was studying in the Rubik's Cube world, but after such a long time, she had already graduated from university, was summoned. Mom, Linghua Cheng? Rita, wearing a black pleated skirt, pink short-sleeved shirt, with her long black hair tied two straight ponytails at the back of her head. It's Reina. Seeing Ito Reina, who she hadn't seen for a long time, Eriko's face showed a happy expression. Second sister, you should accompany mother first. I'm going out. Ito-sei stood up and said. Okay. Rita Ito, who hadn't seen Eriko for a long time, replied happily. She then walked to Eriko with a smile and chatted with Eriko. Seeing this, Ito Seinari smiled slightly, turned around, and walked out of the house to the side. He then summoned Valletta, Karen, and their bodies. Ah Cheng, done. Valletta and Karen greeted him in unison. Just like before, continue to take over the city's security. Seito said solemnly. What's wrong? Valletta sensed something from Seito's tone and expression and asked. Someone captured my big sister. Seito sneered. Is she okay? Karen asked with concern. She should be fine. I think the other party is interested in our things. They want to use Big Sister as a hostage to exchange with us. She shouldn't be in any danger. Seito shook his head and told them his speculation. But before that, I have to clear out all the rats in the city. Then, Ito-sei said with a murderous look on his face. Valletta and Karen nodded and sat in the Red Lotus Saint Heaven Baji style and Gunawol respectively. They shut down the cockpit and activated their bodies. They used their respective authority to take over the security of Akakuruno City. Whoosh! The Red Lotus Saint Heaven Baji style and Gunawol's radiation-solidified wings vibrated. They immediately turned into two streams of light, one red and one green, and flew into the sky. They then flew to the east and west of the city respectively. Seito watched the two planes fly away. He turned his wrist and took out a special phone that could connect to the nanomachines in the sky above Akakuruno City. He began to check the information recorded by the nanomachines and their current location. Soon, photos of men and women, old and young, and their location in the city were reflected in Seito's eyes through the phone. If you want to blame someone, blame it on your bad luck. Seito, who roughly skimmed through the information of the infiltrators, used instant transmission and immediately disappeared from the spot. Only a light but extremely cold sentence was transmitted in the air. The next moment, Seito's figure suddenly appeared next to a young man who was leisurely drinking coffee at a round table in a coffee shop. When the young man's pupils shrank when he saw him, he didn't hesitate to press his hand on the young man's head and used disintegration technique to turn the young man into a pile of soft meat. The young man fell to the ground with blood flowing out of his 7 orifices. Then Seito didn't even look at the young man's body. He used instant transmission again and disappeared from the coffee shop. It wasn't until a few seconds after Seito left that the dazed crowd returned to their senses. They let out horrified screams and ran out of the coffee shop in panic. But at that moment, a large number of multifunctional security robots had already arrived at the scene and controlled the situation under Valletta and Karen's control. Something worth mentioning was that in the past 2 months, the people who were no longer worried about being harassed by monsters returned to the streets and restored the city to its original appearance. Among them, Akakuro City, which was the first to recover, became even more lively. Every day, a large number of outsiders from Tokyo, Saitama, and other directions poured into the city to tour and observe the legendary magical city of Akakuro City, or to become a citizen of Akakuro City again. Of course, it wasn't that easy to become a citizen of Akakuro City at this time. So until now, there weren't many permanent residents, remaining around 80,000. But due to the presence of a large number of outsiders, the permanent residents in the city were as high as 140,000, which was extremely exaggerated. Well, I digress. Let's talk about Seito again. After killing one person, Seito didn't stop moving and killed several intruders who happened to be nearby. Then, he used instant flash to travel to the next area and continued his killing operation. And along with Seito's massacre, all the multifunctional security robots in the city were mobilized. Under the puzzled gazes of the ignorant people in the city, they quickly rushed to the scene of the incident and dealt with the chaos created by Seito. Trying to run? In your dreams. Seito placed a hand on the shoulder of a female intruder and said indifferently. Then, ignoring her stiff gaze, he used disintegration to disintegrate her into a pile of minced meat. And you too. Then, standing where he was, Seito stretched out his arm. A male intruder's figure immediately appeared in front of his palm. Seito used Eagle Claw to crush his throat. His face full of unwillingness and resentment, he clutched his bleeding throat and fell backwards. Seito didn't even look at the intruder. His figure flickered, and he disappeared from where he was, just like that. With Seito determined to clean up the city's environment, in less than half an hour, all of Akakuro City's informants, spies, and B-rank ability users were completely wiped out by Seito. Seito appeared in the sky of Akakuro City in a flash. Looking to the east, he whispered softly, "I've made my announcement. I don't know if you're ready." At this time, in Akakuro City under his feet, a somber atmosphere permeated the city. Whether it was the residents or outsiders, they all kept quiet out of fear. When they returned to their homes or hotels, they played virtual games and spread what happened today on the internet to various forums and BBS to spread the news to more people. "Hey, Ah-ching, big sister will be fine, right?" At night, Ito Rita found Seito, who was sitting on the porch admiring the moon, and said softly, "Yes, I promise." Seito said in a soft but firm voice. "Yes, I believe in Ah-ching." Ito Rita sat down beside Seito and rested her head on his shoulder and said softly, "Ring, ring, ring, ring." At this moment, a faint ringing sound came from the house. Then the voice of the maid sounded, "Hello, this is Ito's house." "Okay, please wait a moment." After a pause of about 5 seconds, Rita said. Then a burst of hurried footsteps gradually sounded, then Rita's figure appeared beside Seito and said urgently, "Master, they are looking for you. They said that big sister is in their hands." The moment Rita's voice fell, Seito's figure suddenly disappeared from the porch and appeared beside the phone in the house. He reached out and picked up the phone on the table. "This is Seito," Seito said in a deep voice. At the same time, he secretly launched his electromagnetic control ability to trace the other party's origin and location. "Seito, I finally contacted you." From the phone, a fake voice that was obviously modified by a voice changer sounded, "Suzu Ito is in my hands. If you want her to live well, come to Australia tomorrow afternoon with the information of the Rainbow Cannon." After that, without waiting for Seito's response, he hung up the phone. Chapter 1198. P.S. Thank you to Goo168, 878-0145, Snow Phoenix, and Cloud Ice for their precious monthly vote. Thank you to NXCX and Nickfany for their rewards. Humph, Seito, who threw the phone back to the receiver, snorted coldly with a gloomy expression. Beep beep beep. But in the next second, a crisp sound came from the fax machine connected to the receiver. Without Seito's order, the maid on the side quickly walked to the fax machine and started to operate it. Buzz, immediately, accompanied by a slight buzzing sound, a piece of white paper full of writing was spat out from the fax machine. Master, after the paper was completely spat out, Liko took out the fax machine and handed it to Seito. Seito took the paper and looked down. In an instant, a set of names, times, and other information written in English were reflected in Seito's eyes. 2:45 p.m., large aquarium in the center of Melbourne, come alone. After reading the information, Seito's palm shook, and a flame instantly covered the fax paper. In the blink of an eye, it burned into a pile of black ashes. Seito used psychokinesis to roll it into a ball and threw it into the trash can next to him. Suspend the scanning of other countries. Plow Australia for me first. Seito used his mind to connect to the artificial angel that was scanning the world through the virtual network and the black sphere system. I'm going out for a while. Be careful at home before I come back. No matter who they are, arrest all the people who try to sneak into the city. If they resist, kill them on the spot. Seito turned around and said to Erika, Liliana, Yamahira Linghua, Oriana, Karen, Rita Ito, and Eriko, who had their eyes on him. Okay. Yes, King. Several people nodded or opened their mouths to respond. Seito nodded at everyone and used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave the house. He appeared in Melbourne, Australia, and stopped at the top of a high-rise building. Even though the matter of the monsters had passed, Australia was still a major disaster area. During the monster horde's occupation, it had been severely damaged. Melbourne, originally the second most prosperous city in Australia, had also become dilapidated. Damaged buildings and the remains of collapsed buildings could be seen everywhere. Although the Australian government had returned to power, they could not attract many residents back, let alone rebuild the city. Hence, the bustling city of Melbourne was now like a ghost town. Not a single person could be seen. Ito Seiji's mind moved. 8 shadow doppelgangers appeared. In addition to leaving one to maintain his image, he and the other 7 shadow doppelgangers used the transformation technique to transform into other portable items and hid in the remaining shadow doppelganger. Then, the shadow doppelganger's figure flashed. It disappeared from the top of the stubbornly standing high-rise building and appeared in a famous aquarium in the center of Melbourne. It hid in a secret place and waited for the enemy to appear. Of course, Seito also understood that the enemy would not necessarily use this place as a trading location. Instead, they would use this place as a meeting point and then choose a specific execution plan according to the situation. Seito, who temporarily put those thoughts aside, closed his eyes, restrained his aura, turned into a dead object, and waited in the hiding place. While waiting silently, more than an hour passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, a special thought connected to Seito's mind and sent a message. The whereabouts of Ling have not been found, but there are 3 suspicious locations and several suspicious people. The artificial angel reported through the virtual network, and a scene that seemed to be seen with his own eyes appeared in Seito's mind at the same time. The 3 suspicious locations mentioned by the artificial angel referred to special points that could block his detection ability. One was in a well-known bank in Melbourne, another was in a location in Melbourne's underground drainage system, and the last was a location on the edge of a forest in the suburbs of Melbourne. Seito knew that the bank was because of the underground vault. However, in a situation where the entire city had turned into a ghost town, it was normal for someone, especially a special person like him, to hide there. It could become a suspicious location. The underground drainage system was complicated, so it was reasonable for there to be 2 or 3 strange places. As for the last suburb, it was difficult to judge because the situation was unclear. However, since he had found the place, Sei-Ito did not hesitate. He immediately took off the items transformed from 3 of the 7 shadow doppelgangers and used instant transmission to teleport them to the bank, the underground pipe network, and the secret location in the suburbs. Puff! The 3 shadow doppelgangers that came out of the space channel immediately turned back into human form in a cloud of smoke, then used transformation to disguise themselves as other people. Only then did they carefully move to the bank, the pipe network, and the secret location in the suburbs. At this time, Sei-Ito once again checked the influence and information about the suspicious people in his mind. 5 men and 1 woman, Sei-Ito thought. He then took off the 3 shadow doppelgangers and used instant transmission to teleport to one of the 6 men who was alone and 2 men who were in a group. The 3 Sei-Ito shadow doppelgangers that were teleported to 2 different places did not hesitate. They immediately returned to their original forms and attacked the 3 men. The first attack of the 3 Sei-Ito shadow doppelgangers was the same. They directly used space force to condense space into a solid form and pressed down on the 3 men. Sensing the impending danger, the 3 men simultaneously launched a counterattack. Among them, the bodies of the 2 men who were moving together immediately erupted with the powerful aura of an A+ grade ability user. Their bodies leapt, as if by prior agreement, they simultaneously leapt backwards, barely avoiding the pressure of the spatial wall. Boom! The missed attack slammed into the ground. With a loud bang, 2 huge palm-shaped imprints were left on the tarmac road in Melbourne that was already full of potholes caused by the monsters. The other man also released his aura, and at the same time he burst out with the aura of an S-level master. He very calmly dodged to the side, and then rushed back to Sei-Ito amidst the explosion of the attack that also missed and hit the ground. Sei-Ito saw this and did not panic. He gently raised his right hand, stretched out his index finger, and gently drew a line. A pitch-black space crack instantly appeared in front of the S-level master. Seeing this, the master's face changed. He forcibly stopped his forward movement, and was about to hit the space crack that exuded a mysterious aura that made him feel frightened. It was just that he dodged quickly, but the clothes on his body were not so lucky. The moment the airflow touched the space crack, it immediately shattered into countless small fragments that were not much bigger than dust and floated into the space crack. Seeing the fate of the clothes on his chest, the S-level master did not dare to stay in front of this harmful plaything. Without thinking, he turned around and flew back. But he only retreated halfway. A palm lightly pressed on his back. A tyrannical impact was spat out. Ha! The S-level master's face was very ugly as he shouted. From the inside to the outside, his own domain erupted. Lei Chia. Facing the domain that counteracted the penetrating force spat out from his palm and quickly covered him, Sei-Ito could clearly see the movement trajectory with the naked eye. But the speed was faster than the speed of the domain's expansion. He gently retracted his palm and used his fingers as a knife, covered the surface of his palm with dazzling blue and white lightning, and then stabbed forward again. Under the support of the lightning energy and the skill that surpassed the general consciousness, Sei-Ito's palm forcibly pierced through the opponent's domain. Squeak squeak. An ear-piercing sound immediately reverberated through the quiet streets of Melbourne. Seeing that his attack was blocked by the opponent's domain, Sei-Ito frowned. Once again, he used the skill that surpassed the consciousness to retract his palm, and then at the same moment, he stabbed his palm with more dazzling lightning. Moreover, it seemed to be precisely calculated, stabbing at the same point as before. But almost in an instant, the outer wall of the opponent's domain was immediately pierced by Seito's palm covered with dazzling lightning, and inserted into the body of the S-level master. The face of the S-level master whose domain was pierced was pale, and then a great pain and numbness spread from his body, causing him to involuntarily let out a muffled groan. At this time, Seito's free left palm waved horizontally, accompanied by a dark crack, instantly chopping through the neck of the S-level master, completely separating his head from his body. Subsequently, Ito-Sei's palm, which was still in the opponent's chest, shook, and a powerful lightning energy burst out in an instant. The S-class master, who had lost his consciousness due to death, and the energy in his body had become chaotic, exploded into pieces and flew out in all directions. Then, Seito's palm grabbed the head of the S-level master, and used instant transmission to leave the scene, appearing in another place where there was no one, and sat down cross-legged. Then, using the secret technique of the Yamanaka family, he began to read the memories of the S-level master that he killed. At the same time that Seito killed the S-level master, the other two shadow clones also almost crushed the other two men alive, and used sealing jutsu to seal them. Then, like the shadow clones that killed the S-level master, they used instant transmission to bring the captured men away from the scene, appearing in another place where there was no one, and used their telepathic ability to read the memories of the two men. While the three shadow clones were reading the memories of the three suspicious people, Ito-Sei, who was in the bank and the underground pipeline network, finally arrived at the location of the bank vault and the place in the pipeline network that cannot be explored. Seito, who carefully sneaked into the bank's vault, was speechless as he looked at the scene in front of him. In the brightly lit and large underground space, a huge alloy steel door with a thickness of 7 or 8 centimeters was opened wide. 5 guys with the highest strength of A level were excitedly moving the gold bars and some other valuables from the vault into a strange bag. Obviously, this was a group of robbers who were preparing to take advantage of Australia's national disaster. The only thing that surprised everyone was that the strange bag in their hands seemed to be a piece of spatial equipment. After storing so many things, it didn't change at all except for a little bulge on the outside. No one would believe that there was a lot of things in there just by looking at its appearance. It seems that these robbers also had a fortuitous encounter. Seito thought to himself. Without hesitation, he turned towards the vault's door and stretched out his hand, gesturing to the excited robbers to clench his fist. As Seito clenched his fist, the 5 robbers immediately revealed pained expressions, as though they were being squeezed by an invisible force, unable to move as they screamed out in agony. That's right, they are currently being squeezed by the invisible wall created by Ito-Sei's spatial energy. Puff, 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 puff. Then, 4 clear muffled sounds rang out. 4 of the weaker bandits immediately exploded under the pressure of the invisible space wall, forming a bloody ball that floated in the air. Puff. Not long after, the last man also exploded under the pressure of the invisible space wall. After easily killing the 5 robbers, Seito conjured 5 balls of crimson-yellow flames in midair, burning the bloody balls of flesh and clearing the vault's environment. After that, Ito-Sei ignored the meatball that was getting smaller and smaller. He reached out and grabbed the space bag that should be called a space bag. Then, he used psychokinesis to wrap the remaining valuables and gold bricks in the vault and put them into the space bag in his hand one by one. On the other hand, Seito did not encounter any trouble or comical matters in the underground network. He only found a laboratory that he did not know if it was a witch's or a witch's laboratory at a location where the artificial angels could not detect. But from the entangled cobwebs and dust, it seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. Seito, who discovered the witch's house for the first time, smirked. He walked into the dark room filled with strange instruments, animal carcasses, and skeletons with great interest, searching for any valuable items in the room. But to his disappointment, Ito did not find anything valuable after searching the room thoroughly. There were only trash and bones. It seems that the reason why this place can't be detected by the artificial angel is probably because of these patterns carved on the wall. Itose looked up at the strange patterns carved on the wall of the room and thought to himself. After that, Itose did not stay any longer. He left the witch's house the same way he came. After resealing the witch's house, he used instant transmission to return to the aquarium. Once again, he turned into a portable object and hid in the hidden shadow clone. Not long after that, another shadow clone also returned to the aquarium with a dimensional bag full of gold bars and other valuables. Chapter 1199. In the forest on the outskirts of Melbourne, after some careful investigation, Ito finally found traces of a concealment enchantment on an ancient tree that was thick enough for two people to wrap their arms around it. Ito carefully moved in front of the ancient tree and released his mental power to carefully explore the enchantment in front of him. After a while, Itose slowly withdrew his mind power and frowned. It's like a magic barrier, but there's no obvious magic wave. Instead, it feels like a technological energy wave. After a while, Itose slowly withdrew his mind power and frowned slightly. In that case, I'll just start with the electric waves. Ito immediately did as he thought. He gently raised his arm and carefully sensed the fluctuations from the enchantment while activating his discharge ability. He carefully adjusted the energy fluctuations to match the wavelength and frequency emitted by the enchantment. After waiting silently for more than 2 minutes, Ito finally adjusted the frequency of the energy fluctuations to match the frequency emitted by the enchantment. Ito slightly raised the corner of his mouth and immediately covered his body with the adjusted frequency of the electric wave. He stepped forward and collided with the ancient tree in front of him. In an instant, as if by magic, Ito's figure suddenly disappeared into the ancient tree. Ito, who walked into the enchantment, only felt the previous darkness and light. An empty cave immediately reflected in his eyes, and a burst of noise sounded in his ears at the same time. Seeing the sudden appearance of Ito, the two soldiers standing guard at the entrance of the cave with a bored look on their faces were stunned. They quickly reacted and opened their mouths to report the enemy's attack. But their reaction was one step too slow. The moment the two of them were stunned, Ito, who had recovered from the change in space, immediately used his psychokinesis and broke the necks of the two soldiers before they could react, killing them. They are not much stronger than ordinary people? Looking at the guards' corpses on the ground, Ito raised his eyebrows slightly and thought. This was completely different from what he guessed. It was not the hiding place of an expert at all. In other words, it was very likely that this was not the hiding place of the enemy he was looking for. But at this point, Ito temporarily put his thoughts aside and began to focus on the situation in front of him. Ito, who walked past the guards' corpses and used his discharge ability to control electromagnetic signals to unlock the door, walked into the room made of alloy in the cave. As Ito approached, more than 20 researchers in white coats entered Ito's sight. They stood in front of an instrument with a focused expression. They patiently and seriously recorded groups of experimental data. Itose carefully observed the situation of this group of researchers. After discovering that they were just a group of ordinary people, he immediately spread out his mental power and cast a large-scale illusion to affect their senses. He then swaggered into the interior of the building that was obviously a laboratory. He wanted to see what kind of experiment they were researching. Soon, huge monster corpses appeared in Ito's field of vision. It's actually this? Ito muttered with a stunned face. It seems that someone is very interested in this batch of monsters. Ito, who came back to his senses almost instantly, secretly guessed with a look of interest on his face. But it was also true. When normal humans encounter these monsters, in addition to fear, they will basically have some interest in them, and the only difference is that some people don't have the ability to do so. They can only be afraid, and some people have the ability to use their samples to study this experiment. But this has nothing to do with me. My goal is only that group of people now. Seito, who withdrew his gaze, then turned around and strode out of the laboratory without stopping. He went through the enchantment and returned to the outside again. He then launched instant transmission and returned to the aquarium. In silence, time flowed again for half an hour. At this time, with the disappearance of the 3 shadow clones in different places, 3 pieces of information poured into Seito's mind through an inexplicable way, passing back the memory information obtained from the 3 people who were attacked. Among them, the 2 A+ masters who acted together were not the people Seito was looking for. They simply received some missions and came to Australia to perform the mission as registered members of the Bounty Union. Therefore, after Seito's shadow clones spent some time to hypnotize the 2 of them, he let them go and sent them to Akikuruno City. Only the S-level master was the person Seito was looking for. From the memories of this S-class expert, he learned that there were a total of 5 people who came to Melbourne to carry out the mission. All of them were male, and each of them was very strong. Just the S-class experts alone, including the one who had died, there were 3 of them. The remaining 2, although not S-class experts, were above A+ class, and were half a step into S-class experts. The reason why so many masters came was that they wanted to capture Seito alive, not to make a deal. Therefore, they did not bring Suzu Ito this time. Instead, they still left him in Thailand, and other people from the same organization were responsible for guarding him. Freemasonry. Seito narrowed his eyes and thought. It seems that my deterrence is not enough. Seito chuckled with some self-deprecation. Although his face was smiling, there was no trace of a smile in his eyes. There was only a cold, murderous intent that seemed to want to devour someone. Then don't blame me for being rude. After Seito finished speaking, he immediately activated instant transmission and left the aquarium. He moved to a manor in Melbourne that seemed to be in good condition. The next moment, Ito-sei appeared in this spacious manor villa. He walked step by step to a room with faint noises coming out of it. Ah! Strange moans and men's strange laughter kept coming from the room. Damn it, Wagner. Turn off the TV. It's too noisy. A slightly magnetic voice said angrily. What? Papali can't bear it any more? Do you want Big Brother to accompany you? Another voice, which was obviously very rough, but the tone gave people a very feminine feeling, sounded. Go to your mother. The man named Papali said angrily. That's enough, all of you, stop talking. At this moment, a slightly dignified voice sounded. As soon as his voice fell, the sounds in the room immediately stopped, including the strange screams from the adult noise movie. Papali, contact Turunso and ask him why he hasn't returned yet. The majestic voice sounded again. Okay. Papali replied. At this time, Seito finally arrived in front of the room they were in. Then, Seito took off the items that the 4 shadow clones and the real body had transformed into using transformation. Then, he lifted his foot and kicked the double wooden door in front of him into pieces. At the same time, he threw the 5 items into the room. Enemy attack! A very feminine and rough voice shouted. At the same time, Seito quickly rushed into the room and used instant transmission to appear behind the A-level ability user that he knew from the memory of the man named Turunso. He waved his hand lightly, and a slender space crack instantly split the man in half. Plop! The body that was split into 2 fell heavily to the ground. Damn it! The man named Papali cursed in a low voice. Then, he stomped his feet and instantly appeared in front of Seito like a cannonball. He waved his fists covered in flames towards Seito. Just when the remaining two people in the room were focusing their attention on Sei-Ito and Papali, along with a sudden explosion, two Sei-Ito appeared behind the other two people. They each used Thundering Rush to stab the two people in the back. The two people who didn't expect this change had a change in expression. Then, they stirred up the energy in their body to dodge. However, although the two people made the same decision, the consequences were completely different. The speed of the A+ rank expert wasn't as fast as Sei-Ito's Thundering Rush. Just as he made a move to dodge, Sei-Ito's Thundering Rush pierced his heart. His body was blown to pieces by the exploding lightning power. On the other hand, the S-level expert let out a muffled groan as he dodged Sei-Ito's Thundering Rush and appeared in another place. However, before he could stand firm, another explosion sounded. Then, a new Sei-Ito appeared beside him and slashed down with a slender space crack. Ha! The man who was attacked shouted loudly. He fiercely stomped the ground under his feet and then fell down to the room below along with the debris. Although this method was a trick, it just so happened that he dodged Sei-Ito's attack and the possible subsequent sneak attack. It was a very correct choice of experience. The three Sei-Ito who had already appeared didn't hesitate. They quickly jumped down from the large hole and chased after the enemy who wanted to escape the battle. Your companion seems to have abandoned you. Ito-sei, who was fighting against Papali, who had short blonde hair and a baby face and looked like a sunny youth, sneered. Papali narrowed his eyes. His entire body ignited with intense flames and quickly spread out like a tornado, burning toward the Sei-Ito in front of him. Sei-Ito didn't dodge. He directly released his mental strength to stir up the surrounding laws of fire, causing the flames rushing toward him to automatically circle around him. Then, Sei-Ito, who was completely unaffected by the flames, stepped forward and fiercely hit Papali's chest with a cannon blast. Bang! Amidst the violent explosion, flames surged out of Papali's chest. At the same time, Papali flew back like a cannonball. However, halfway through his flight, two more Sei-Ito appeared. They each slashed out a space crack and landed on Papali's body. Pooh! Without any surprise, Papali, who was hit by the space crack, immediately broke into 3 pieces and fell to the ground. Chapter 1200. Let's go! Ito-sei, who didn't even look at Papali's body, shouted. After saying that, Sei-Ito and his other shadow clone immediately used instant transmission to leave the chaotic room, heading towards the rank S expert who was surrounded by the other 3 Sei-Ito's shadow clones to provide their final assistance. The remaining shadow clone Sei-Ito also understood what he had to do. With a wave of his hand, he released powerful lightning bolts towards Papali's corpse that had been split into 3. Boom! The instant the lightning bolts landed on Papali's corpse, the 2 halves of Papali's corpse that shouldn't have been able to resist suddenly exploded, forming a tall wall of fire that blocked the lightning bolts released by Sei-Ito. As for the remaining half of the corpse that was connected to the head, although it also turned into a ball of fire, it quickly turned back into a human form, turning into a 6 or 7-year-old bare-bottomed child who quickly ran away while stepping on the flames. As expected. Seeing this, Sei-Ito's shadow clone revealed an as-expected expression. Then, he used instant transmission to appear in front of the child's drawing of Papali and once again used spatial crack to attack Papali. It turned out that when Sei-Ito's fist landed on Papali's chest, the flames that should have burst out from the other party's chest suddenly attracted Sei-Ito's attention, causing Sei-Ito to have doubts about Papali's method of advancement. It was previously introduced that the rank S advancement method wasn't limited to the form of a domain. There were also other methods, such as Valtoliai's strengthening of the body and strengthening of magic resistance, warrior and cultivators becoming one with the world, as well as Esper's body mutation, and so on. However, each path had its own advantages and disadvantages, so it was up to the person to choose. The method that Papali used to resist his fist attack was clearly a type of body mutation ability. Seito already knew that Papali was a rank S expert, so Papali's advancement method was obvious. He walked the path of body mutation, evolving into an elemental godlike existence. Since that was the case, killing Papali's corpse wouldn't be enough. Just cutting his body into several pieces may not be enough to kill him, so just in case, Ito-sei left a shadow clone to destroy the body. The result was as Seito expected. Papali didn't immediately die, but even so, under the cutting of the spatial energy, Papali could only choose a part of his body to reform. Then, he hoped that he could smoothly escape and get his revenge on Seito after recovering. Damn! At this moment, anger appeared on Papali's cute little face. While retreating backwards to dodge the spatial slash, he waving his hand controlled the flames in the room formed countless fireballs that rapidly shot towards Seito's body. Seito smiled faintly and teleported. He brought the defenseless child Papali out of the room filled with flames and appeared in the villa's manor. Then, Seito vibrated his spiritual energy again, forming a resonance with the water precepts around him. Almost in the blink of an eye, a large number of water droplets began to appear around Seito and Papali. Under Seito's control, the water droplets formed a rain of bullets that shot towards Papali from all directions. Papali's face turned red, and his body once again ignited with red-yellow high-temperature flames. In an instant, a series of light sizzling sounds could be heard. The rainwater that came into contact with the flames around Papali's body instantly boiled and evaporated. It formed a white mist that enveloped Papali's body and quickly spread to the surroundings. A contest of attrition? Seito chuckled as he stood motionless in the same spot. Hearing this, a look of panic flashed across Papali's eyes. Then, he once again became expressionless as he used the flames around him to resist the rain of bullets around him. However, Papali was secretly using the cover of the fog that had completely spread out around him as he carefully ran outside. Seito, who had the fog concealment technique, did not care about the fog around him at all. He directly used the water escape technique of the 5 elements escape technique. He used the surrounding raindrops to move to Papali's side as he quickly broke out of the encirclement. As he returned to his original form, he temporarily stopped resonating with the water precepts and switched to communicating with the fire precepts around him. Then, he used Thunder Slash on Papali in front of him, his palm covered in dazzling electric sparks and resonated with the fire precept. It ignored the flames around Papali and pierced straight into his body. Have a taste of the feeling of an energy explosion. Seito smiled as he looked at the stunned Papali. As soon as he finished speaking, the lightning in Ito-sei's palm suddenly erupted, violently colliding with the flame ability around Papali's body. Boom! 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 Continuous sounds of explosions instantly rang out from Papali's body, extinguishing the flames on his body and sending him flying. This also caused Papali great damage from the explosion. On the other hand, although Seito was also suffering from the explosion caused by the collision of the 2 types of energy, he did not care at all as he had psychokinesis protecting his body. He just smiled as he looked at Papali, whose aura was getting weaker and weaker. He continuously stimulated the energy in his body to transform it into lightning energy and infuse it into Papali's body, continuing the energy collision. The violent explosions lasted for over 5 minutes before coming to an end. Seito glanced indifferently at the place where Papali, who had been exiled to another dimension by him using the space precepts, would not be able to survive no matter what, had disappeared. Then, with a soft puff sound, he turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. There was no helping it. After using the rules so many times in a row, in addition to the consumption of energy, the shadow doppelganger did not have much energy left. Moreover, there were 5 Seito, including the real one. There was not much fighting power left. Therefore, after confirming that Papali had been eliminated, Seito's shadow doppelganger decisively chose to dissipate himself. On the other side, while Seito and Papali were fighting, the last enemy, including the real Seito, was also in danger under the coordinated attacks of the 5 Seito. If not for the fact that Seito wanted to live and examine the enemy's memories to find Suzu Ito's whereabouts, Seito would have gotten rid of the Eurasian called Stuart long ago. With a hint of hesitation in his eyes, Stuart quietly glanced at the Seito surrounding him. Then, his expression turned serious, and he casually took out a dark red pill from his pocket and threw it into his mouth, swallowing it without chewing. Seeing Stuart's actions, Seito could not help but frown slightly. The next moment, Stuart's eyes turned red, and his aura suddenly erupted. It rose rapidly in an incomparably violent manner, all the way to the peak of S+ rank before coming to a stop. It looked like he wanted to rise but was unable to. Obviously, the pill that Stuart had thrown into his mouth was a special medicine that stimulated one's potential, similar to the berserk explosion or the demonic body disintegration. Otherwise, it would definitely not have such exaggerated effect. However, from the fact that he still had energy left even after reaching the peak of his current rank, it should have more effects similar to the demonic body disintegration. "All of you, go to hell!" Stuart, who had gone berserk, roared furiously. In an instant, an even more surging impact spread out in all directions with Stuart as the center, pressing a regular depression with a diameter of 2 meters on the solid asphalt road. Bang! Next, Stuart's feet trembled, and with a violent roar, he instantly appeared in front of one of the Seito, punching towards the Seito's head. The most exaggerated thing was that Stuart's punch had clearly broken through the barrier of sound, and it rushed towards Seito along with a pressure explosion. As the target of the attack, Seito's response was extremely simple. He opened up a spatial tunnel in front of him and swallowed Stuart's fist. At the same time, the other Seito used teleportation to appear beside Stuart. With a wave of his arm, he slashed out a pitch-black spatial crack, directly chopping off Stuart's arm. Pooh! With a soft sound, Stuart's arm immediately separated from his body, disappearing into the spatial tunnel that had closed up. However, what left everyone speechless was that Stuart's severed arm flashed with a red light, and a new arm grew out at a speed visible to the naked eye. It didn't take long for it to return to its normal size, moving along with Stuart's movements. However, during the process of regenerating his arm, Stuart's life force instantly decreased by a portion. Clearly, the cost of regenerating a severed arm wasn't small. If it's not because of his own ability, then it must be because of the pill he ate earlier, the dodging Seito thought to himself after seeing Stuart's severed arm grow back. It looks like he has no hope of surviving. Since that's the case, let's get rid of him once and for all. Thinking up to this point, Seito nodded to the other 4 shadow doppelgangers and gave the order to kill Stuart. After receiving the order, the shadow doppelgangers didn't hesitate. After using a shadow doppelganger to attract Stuart's attention, the 4 of them, including the real Seito, immediately used teleportation to appear beside Stuart. Each of them slashed out a spatial crack on Stuart's body, chopping his head, body, and limbs into several pieces. Next, one of the Seito extended his hand and grabbed Stuart's still breathing head. "Don't even think about it!" Stuart, who only had his head left, roared furiously. After saying that, a berserk energy immediately spread out from Stuart's head, causing it to swell up. It looked as though it would explode at any moment. Humph! With a cold snort, Seito fiercely slapped Stuart's swollen head, activating his teleportation ability to guide the berserk energy out of Stuart's head. This immediately removed the danger of Stuart's head exploding. Next, Seito raised his hand slightly, his 5 fingers tightly clasping Stuart's scalp. Silently, he activated a sealing technique, sealing Stuart's head, which still contained the aura of life. Chapter 1201. P.S. Thank you to Shuen for your precious monthly votes, thank you to NXCX and Nickfany for their tips, and thank you to I am Zhang Fei for your evaluation vote. Poof, in a dark room, Seito, who was sitting cross-legged, smashed the skull in his hand that had turned into a bag of bones due to the effects of the drug. Humph! Then, with a gloomy expression, he activated the flying thunder god and disappeared from the room. The next moment, he appeared in Thailand, thousands of miles away. He rushed toward the stronghold where Suzu Ito was imprisoned. A few minutes later, Seito stopped in front of a temple called Tavang Temple. The Tavang Temple was no different from the other temples in Thailand. They were all traditional Buddhist temples. However, compared to those famous temples, it was much smaller. It was no different from a small village temple. It had 4 corners and a golden roof in the ancient Thai style. The door was a little cold and cheerless, but the incense never stopped burning. It was filled with a sandalwood fragrance that could calm one's mind. This was the secret gathering place of the Freemasonry that was used to imprison Suzu Ito in that person's memory. Humph! Seito snorted and stepped into the temple. In an instant, a strange feeling immediately rose from the bottom of Seito's heart, causing him to frown. As expected of a place where Buddha lives, Seito, who felt the strange feeling, sneered and snorted. The reason why he said this was because this sudden feeling was the kind of Buddhist feeling that had a long history. The temple had produced a righteous monk, and the temple had an endless supply of incense and believers. Its function was not only to make people feel the solemnity of the Buddha statue in the temple, but also to calm the hearts of the pilgrims and make them feel fear. It also made it easier for them to be influenced by Buddhism. It turned people who believed in Buddhism into believers, and people who believed in Buddhism into true believers. Seito, who was focused in his mind, erased the faint Buddhist feeling that rose in his heart. He walked around the temple according to the information in that person's memory. Benefactor, ahead is the forbidden area of my temple. Please wait. Just as Seito circled around the main hall and entered the temple's backyard from a side alley, preparing to walk deeper into the temple, a kind-looking man wearing clothes that revealed half of his shoulders appeared. The old monk, who looked like Arhat in Journey to the West, walked out from the side and called out to Seito. Seito raised his eyebrows and looked at the old monk with interest. One had to know that along the way, he had been shrouded in an illusion formed by his mental strength. That was why he had been able to reach this place without alerting anyone. But now there was an old monk who could see him. Although the illusion he used this time wasn't too powerful, it shouldn't have been seen through by this old monk, who didn't seem to have any cultivation at all. Unless the old monk was a legendary expert who restrained his aura to the extreme like Linley. However, this was obviously the most unlikely possibility. If there was really a legendary expert here, it wouldn't be a small stronghold. Instead, it was a more important place. How could it be used as a place of detention by a few laymen? Even if the person being detained was an S-rank expert, it was still the same. It wasn't as if the Freemasonry couldn't imprison him. Why would they disturb the meditation of a legendary expert? In addition, only the eminent monks who understood the Buddhist doctrine could see Ito Sei's existence without being affected by the illusion. Only they could directly see the existence of Ito Sei without being affected by the illusion. Sorry, I have to go. Seito replied very politely to this kind of wise, eminent monk. Then, he ignored the old monk and stepped forward again. Amitabha. The old monk chanted Buddha's name and didn't stop him. He turned around and walked back to the meditation room. He was a person with a broad Buddhist heart. Who knows, this guy can really see through the truth. Ito Senari, who noticed the old monk's behavior, thought to himself. Without the old monk's obstruction, Seito quickly came to a room next to the temple's library that stored scriptures. It looked ordinary from the outside, just like the residence of a monk guarding the temple. He stepped forward and pushed open the door and walked in. Creak, accompanied by a harsh sound, a simple room that looked like a monk's residence with only a wooden bed for 2 people to sleep on and some simple daily necessities appeared in front of Seito. Seito, who didn't see anyone, closed the door and walked straight to the water tank on the side. He reached out and put his hand on the edge of the tank and turned it. A mechanical sound immediately sounded in the room. At the same time, a square hole with a length and width of half a meter with stairs appeared on the ground next to the water tank. Seito let go of his hand and walked down the stairs without hesitation. Creak, the moment Seito's figure disappeared into the hole, the familiar mechanical sound rang out again. Then, the opened hole immediately closed again, blocking the way in. Seito, who had a premonition, didn't pay attention to the changes behind him. He continued to walk silently like a ghost. The stairs weren't long, only about 20 to 30 steps. It didn't take more than a minute to finish. Then, a tunnel with a clear light in the distance appeared under Seito's feet. Seeing this, Seito suddenly stepped forward and used a Taoist technique to instantly appear in front of the light. He carefully looked inside. A spacious room of about 50 square meters immediately appeared in front of Seito's eyes. At this time, in the room, 2 men with rank A strength were casually sitting at a round table on the right side of the room. They were bored and watching a Hollywood movie on the TV player on the table. As for the target that Seito was most concerned about, Suzu Ito, she was tied up with several thick ropes with strange patterns on the surface. Her hair was disheveled, her face was pale, her lips were chapped, and her expression was tired. She was thrown to the side and panted with her eyes slightly closed. Seeing the state of Ito Rin, the killing intent in Ito Sei's heart burst out uncontrollably. At the moment when the attention of the 2 people in the room was alerted, he used instant transmission to appear behind the 2 people. He pressed his hands on the 2 people's heads, and his eyes flashed fiercely as he cast decomposition technique. Ah! In the light of decomposition technique, the 2 men let out a long scream with a painful expression. Acheng. On the side, Suzu Ito, who was also awakened by Seito's killing intent, called out weakly. Plop! Hearing the call, Seito threw the 2 corpses aside and appeared in front of Suzu Ito. She reached out to help Seito tidy his hair and wipe the filth on his face while calling out with concern, "Sister, you're finally here. I knew you would come to save me, Acheng," Suzu Ito said proudly. Seito looked at Suzu Ito speechlessly and took out a bottle of mineral water. He used the authority of the God of Life to refine it into water of life that could heal injuries and restore stamina. He opened the bottle cap and put it in front of Suzu Ito's mouth to help her drink it gently. "All right, I'll help you take off this lousy accessory first." A moment later, Yizichin said. After putting the water bottle on the ground next to the water, Seito reached out to grab the rope tied to Suzu Ito's body and said, "Be careful. This rope will absorb the energy of the person who comes into contact with it and transfer it to the confinement disc behind me." Suzu Ito hurriedly reminded, "If you forcefully break it, it will activate the confinement disc and cause all the energy in the confinement disc to explode. According to the person who installed this thing on me, it can flatten everything within 100 meters in an instant." Hearing Suzu Ito's words, Seito immediately stopped his thoughts of forcefully breaking the confinement disc. "What else did that person say?" Seito frowned. "He also said that this thing has been bound to my energy fluctuations and heartbeat. If you don't use the correct method, it will also activate the confinement disc and cause it to explode," Seito replied. Then, Suzu Ito purposely looked at Seito with a pitiful expression and said, "How is it? Little brother, your sister still wants to live. Don't worry, watch me." Seito chuckled. His hands pressed on Suzu Ito's shoulders and the rope tied to her body. Then, with a thought, Suzu Ito's body instantly broke free from the rope and appeared behind Ito. Then, without waiting for the energy in the confinement disc to explode, Ito directly threw the rope and the confinement disc into the Rubik's Cube world. Boom! In the sudden explosion, the rope and the confinement disc that had just appeared immediately turned into a dazzling ball of energy that lasted for a few seconds. Then, as if its energy had been exhausted, it dimmed and exploded into a pile of photons that quickly melted into the air. It seems that you need to recuperate for a while. After dealing with the confinement disc, Ito stood up and turned to look at Suzu Ito in front of him, whose aura was fluctuating, and said with a frown, "Yeah, if little brother didn't come in time, I might have really hurt my foundation." Suzu Ito was very free and easy, as if she didn't care about her situation at all. "So, as a reward, big sister will give you a kiss." After that, she leaned her head forward and kissed Ito on the cheek in front of his stunned expression. And when she left, she kissed him. She also made a very exaggerated ba sound. As for more rewards, Suzu Ito, who stood up again, said with a chuckle, "You can tease your little brother." Ito angrily said to Ito, then stretched out his arm and grabbed Suzu Ito's arm and continued, "Okay, let's go back first, Mother and the others are probably waiting anxiously." Then he used the flying thunder god jutsu to disappear from the dense space and returned to the Shinto shrine home in Akakuruno City, Japan. "I'm back." Looking at everyone in the room, Suzu Ito said loudly with a happy face, "Ling, big sister, miss." Hearing the familiar voice, Eriko, Ito Rina, the maid Riko, and Erika all looked up at Suzu Ito and shouted with surprise. "Sorry, I made everyone worry." Suzu Ito said apologetically, "Mom, I'm back, I made you worry." Then, Suzu Ito said to Eriko alone again, "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." Eriko let out a long breath and said with a relaxed body. Next, Suzu Ito chatted with everyone for a while, then at Ito's reminder, she temporarily separated from everyone and went to the bathroom with Ito Rina to wash up. It's time to settle accounts with the Freemasonry. After everyone calmed down again, Ito slightly narrowed his eyes and said softly, "King, what are you going to do?" Erika asked. "Naturally, I'm going to knock on their door and get back at them. At the same time, I'm going to take this opportunity to prove my identity as a legend, so that they won't always think that it's fake news that I released and don't put me and Akakuruno City in their eyes." Ito said coldly with a sneer on his face. Ito also learned this information from the enemy's memory, and the reason why they kidnapped Suzu Ito this time, in addition to the fact that the timing was really good, was also to test Ito and see if he was really promoted to a legend like the rumors said. As for the trouble that this might bring, the Freemasonry really didn't care too much. In their hearts, the power of a small Akakuruno city really didn't need to be too concerned, and they weren't afraid of Ito directly coming to their door to find trouble with them. After all, their organization wasn't for nothing, right? What's more, this operation was completely improvised, and the people who chose to carry out the mission were all strangers with no background. Even if something really went wrong, it might not necessarily involve the Freemasonry. "Do we need everyone to move out?" Karen asked eagerly. "No, you guys continue to stay at home and manage the city. I can go over there by myself." Ito shook his head, then smiled gently and continued, "And even if we really need someone to help, there's still Mayo and the others. Do as you see fit. Remember to be careful," Eriko whispered. "I know, Mother." Ito nodded in agreement. "Okay, I'm leaving," Ito said to everyone as he slowly stood up from the chair. Then, he smiled slightly, activated the Flying Thunder Gods book, left home, and appeared in the headquarters of the Freemasonry, Washington, USA. Ito looked up at the night sky that was already full of stars, and stepped toward the White House, intending to ask the president, who was under his control, where the headquarters of the Freemasonry was. A few minutes later, Seito's figure appeared in the White House, standing in front of the President of the United States. "Tell me everything you know about the Freemasonry, especially its headquarters in the United States." Seito looked at the President of the United States in front of him and ordered. After hearing Seito's intention, the President of the United States immediately told Seito about the Freemasonry and its headquarters in detail. Chapter 1202. The Freemasonry first originated in Western Europe in the 18th century. It was born out of the Masons' Union in the construction industry. It was a quasi-religious fraternity. Its purpose was to advocate universal love and charity, and to pursue personal virtue to improve society. However, with the development of time, more and more social celebrities, financial giants, and political figures joined. While the Freemasonry was developing, it inevitably went into a rough road and became a huge, semi-secret world organization. Its members were all over the world. Even in places like Taiwan, there were Freemasonry members, but their name was the Mei Shinkai. Due to the fact that they advocated alchemy in the beginning, they had a very close relationship with a secret organization in another world, the Sage Parliament. This could be seen from the expedition to search for divinity. As for why the Freemasonry finally set up its headquarters in Washington, in addition to political needs, it was also related to the Jews who later joined. Of course, these historical things had nothing to do with Seito. He just wanted to understand the Freemasonry in detail. Jews. I forgot about them. According to this situation, in addition to the gold core or nascent soul stage cultivators, there may also be prophets from Judaism in the Freemasonry. It's a bit troublesome. After listening to the president, Seito frowned slightly. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. After thinking about it, Seito ignored the President of the United States and directly launched instant transmission to leave the White House. He moved toward a location near the suburbs in the southwest of Washington. Soon, Seito appeared in front of an old 3-story stone brick building and stepped in. "Sorry, sir, non-staff members are not allowed to enter." Just as Seito walked into the building, a white security guard with the aura of a sea-level ability walked in front of him. He looked a little arrogant as he stretched out his arm in front of Seito and said. Seito's purpose this time was to cause trouble, so why would he talk nonsense with such a small fry? He didn't do anything. The white security guard's body immediately bounced out like a cannonball and slammed into the wall on the side. Explode. A large amount of bright red liquid sprayed out from the white security guard's body, dyeing the sunken wall behind him and the marble floor under his feet blood red. "Ah!" A female staff member who happened to walk out of the building let out a long scream with a face full of horror. Seito turned his head slightly to look at her. The female staff member's body immediately loosened when she met Seito's gaze. A warm liquid with an unpleasant smell quickly flowed down her flesh-colored stockings. At the same time, her eyes rolled back and she fell straight to the ground. He fainted from fright. Ring, 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 ring. Urgent alarms instantly rang throughout the entire building. Seito didn't stop walking. He continued to communicate with the earth elemental law of heaven and earth to create waves that destroyed the entire building as he walked toward the elevator. Pa 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 pa. With a burst of hurried footsteps, a large number of security guards with guns ran out from inside the building and shot at Itose. Bang! 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 Intense gunshots rang out in the building one after another. Seito didn't even turn his head to look at the gunfire. He continued to walk toward the elevator, but all the bullets that flew behind him seemed to have touched an invisible barrier and were blocked. The bullets bounced back and hovered in mid-air. Then, the hovering bullets suddenly changed direction, and the warheads rushed toward the security guards who rushed out, shooting at them faster than they had come. Ah! Painful screams immediately rang out from the crowd. Bang! Crack! Crash! At this time, accompanied by a series of sounds, under the vibration of the earthquake wave, part of the main body of the building finally couldn't withstand the impact and broke apart, collapsing on the ground. The ceiling-like part directly smashed on the corpses of the security guards who were killed by the bullets he shot, burying them. Ding! With a soft sound, the elevator door that was still tenaciously operating slowly opened on both sides. Seito stepped into the elevator. Turning around, in the process of the elevator door closing again, he suddenly flipped his hand and took out 2 antimatter grenades and threw them out of the elevator door. Kung! The door closed again and the elevator door quickly fell down along the shaft. At the same time, the building, which had been on the verge of collapse under the earthquake wave for a long time, completely collapsed after the explosion of the 2 antimatter grenades, turning into a pile of messy rubble and debris piled up on the ground, stirring up a large cloud of dust. The roar that broke out when the building collapsed also alarmed the surrounding residents at the same time, causing them to dial 999 emergency and fire alarm numbers. Bang! On the other side, because of the collapse of the building, the elevator with the broken drooping rope hit the lower part of the elevator shaft heavily, but fortunately, it was not far from the underground part, so even though the impact was very strong, the general shape of the elevator was still intact, not to mention the occupants inside. Seito launched instant transmission and appeared in the elevator shaft, standing at the top of the elevator. Then, his figure flashed again, leaving the elevator shaft and appearing in the underground space of the Freemasonry headquarters. In an instant, a huge space with a very sci-fi feel appeared in front of Seito. A large number of staff were working in the space in an orderly manner, completely unaffected by the collapse of the surface building and the invasion of foreign enemies. But this was all a few seconds ago. But after they saw Seito suddenly appear in the room, they could no longer maintain a calm look on their faces. They looked at him with surprise and astonishment, and a trace of panic flashed in their eyes. "Who is it?" Several shouts sounded from the crowd, and at the same time, several figures quickly ran out of the crowd and rushed to Seito, who was standing still. Seito waved one hand, and several narrow air blades in the shape of a half-moon flew out in front of him, flying straight ahead. Ah! Seeing the attack coming, the staff, who were still slightly calm before, immediately screamed in fear. They turned around and rushed inside in a panic. Obviously, there should be an emergency escape route in the direction they were heading. But how could their running speed compare to the flying speed of the blades composed entirely of air? Therefore, as soon as they turned around, the air blades that flew behind the people in the front row immediately cut more than 10 staff members in half. They continued to fly forward without stopping at all, and all the people and objects in their way were cut into pieces, including the few who had questioned them before. They should be security guards or something like that. After all, Seito's energy level was too high. Even if they tried their best to resist, they still couldn't achieve much under the pressure of the energy quality. In the end, they ended up being cut into pieces and died. After waiting for the first wave of air blades, Seito once again waved his hand and threw out several half-moon-shaped air blades, attacking the remaining Freemasonry staff members who were lucky enough to escape the first wave of attack because they stood closer to the center. In this way, under the absolute suppression of level, Seito quickly completed the crushing of the Freemasonry's underground department. After crushing the Freemasonry's underground department, Seito once again flipped his hand and took out 3 or 4 spherical antimatter bombs used to load artillery, and sent them to various places in the underground space with instant transmission. Then, the moment the antimatter bombs exploded, he activated instant transmission and reappeared above the Freemasonry's headquarters. He looked down at the Freemasonry's headquarters that was already surrounded by a large number of fire trucks, ambulances, and police cars. I've already set the bait. When will you come to eat the fish? Seito silently thought. But the Freemasonry's technological power is really strong. Beam weapons and electromagnetic weapons, which are rarely seen in the outside world, have been popularized in this underground headquarters building that is obviously more symbolic than practical. I really don't know what kind of power the Freemasonry will have when it erupts at full strength. It's no wonder they don't put my Akikuruno city in their eyes. Seito withdrew his gaze and looked up at the starry sky. In this way, Seito silently waited for more than 10 minutes. He found that the people who came to check the situation here were all people with low strength. Not a single expert he expected to meet appeared, which made him frown. Humph. Then, Seito lightly snorted. He flipped his hand and took out the Bounty Union's mission terminal. He logged into the Bounty Union's website and activated his electromagnetic control ability to create an anonymous user that others could not trace. He then posted a message. I, Seito, officially challenge the Freemasonry's legendary master. The location is above the sea 50 kilometers northeast of the Hawaiian island. The time is 3 days later. If no one comes to accept the challenge by then, I will continue to ask for compensation in my own way. Below the message, Seito attached a picture of the destroyed Freemasonry's Washington headquarters and clicked send. Then, Seito put away the mission terminal, activated the Flying Thunder God, and returned to his home at the shrine to rest. Not long after he sent out this message, the news about this challenge spread all over the world as fast as possible. After all, it was rare to see a legendary tier expert in this world. Someone challenging a legendary tier expert was something that attracted a lot of attention. As a result, a large number of unrelated people who received the news began to head to Hawaii, wanting to see the legendary battle with their own eyes. At the same time, another piece of information that was originally treated as a joke and a rumor was also taken seriously again. That was the rumor from the French mercenary world about the guardian and owner of Akikuruno City in Japan, Seito advancing to the legendary level. In addition, there were also unrelated busybodies gossiping about what grudges Seito had with the Freemasonry that caused him to take such violent revenge on them. Chapter 1203. Under the gossip of the special people under the name of the Bounty Union, which had a complicated composition of personnel and a large number of special information channels, the information that Ito Rin had become a new level S master and was then kidnapped by a mysterious person at the moment of her tribulation appeared in front of everyone's eyes, making everyone suddenly understand. But at the same time, a relatively dirty rumor also spread among the special people not long after this news appeared. That was, whether Suzu Ito had been played by the Freemasonry during the kidnapping. The ugliness of the human heart was unavoidable. Fortunately, Suzu Ito was not a registered member of the Bounty Union and could not come into contact with this plaything. Those who could come into contact with this plaything were either unable to come into contact with Suzu Ito, or they were not strong enough. Even if they were given a few more guts, they would not dare to talk about this in front of Suzu Ito, who was an S-level expert. That was simply courting death. And those who had the strength could come into contact with this, and could also come into contact with Suzu Ito, except for those who were really shameless, who would not be reserved and expose other people's scars in public for no reason. What's more, they clearly knew that she had a seemingly legendary younger brother. As long as they did not want to die, they would not gossip about this kind of thing. Even if they wanted to spread it, they would have to wait until Seito died in the upcoming challenge. Therefore, although the secret rumors were very popular outside, Suzu Ito was completely unaffected. How is it? Do you want to accept the challenge? In a bright room surrounded by trees, 3 men surrounded a wooden tea table. One of them was a tall and thin man with dark skin, deep facial features, and blue eyes that occasionally flashed with wisdom and cunning light. He leisurely drank the brewed kung fu tea in the teacup in his hand, while saying with a chuckle on his face, "Not interested." Another Chinese man wearing a decent long robe with some gray hair, but his face was as rosy as a baby's, said with an indifferent expression, "I can't see through him." The last white old man wearing a beige linen robe said softly with a calm expression, "Oh? Even Prophet, you can't see through him?" The dark-skinned man raised his eyebrows and asked with interest, "There is a fog around him, and not only him, I can't see the future of some of the women around him." Prophet shook his head and replied, "Interesting." The Chinese man's eyes flashed and said in a low voice, "Is that so? I'm suddenly interested in fighting with that kid now." The dark-skinned man said with a smile, but under his deep facial features, "No matter how one looked at it, it gave people a feeling of evil." "Whatever?" the Chinese man said concisely. The prophet faintly smiled and didn't say anything, tacitly agreeing with the dark-skinned man's choice. "Then it's decided. Tomorrow's battle will be between me and that kid," said the dark-skinned man. After he finished speaking, he slowly disappeared from the bamboo chair. "He's improved again," the Chinese man said calmly. "That's right." Prophet sighed softly. "Prophet of the heavens." But the wooden staff emitting powerful energy waves waved to the side, and a crystal blue passage immediately appeared beside Prophet, emitting a mysterious aura. "I'll also take my leave." Prophet of the heavens nodded slightly and said goodbye. "I won't see you off," the Chinese man said with his eyes slightly closed. Prophet of the heavens knew the Chinese man's temper, and did not say anything. He directly stepped into the crystal blue passage, emitting a mysterious aura, and disappeared along with the passage that seemed to belong to the Chinese man. Without the disturbance of outsiders, the Chinese man still used a very considerate and natural movement to make kung fu tea. He silently drank it. Saito, who was far away at home in Akikuruno City, naturally did not know the conversation here. Even if he knew, he would not care. So he happily stayed with his family. If he was not accompanying his mother and Ito Reina, he would be teasing Erica and Liliana, Karen and Valletta, as well as Shimabara Linghua, Oriana, Kinuhata Sai, or Kuraki Mai, who had already settled down in Akikuruno City. It was very relaxing. Just like that, 3 days of buffer time passed in the blink of an eye. "I'm leaving," Saito said to everyone. "Don't force yourself." Regardless of Saito's strength and influence, he is still someone she has to worry about. Her child, Eriko reminded. "I wish the king good luck in martial arts," Erica said with a reserved smile on her face. "Good luck," Shimabara Linghua whispered. Oriana did not say anything, but she very ambiguously winked at Saito. "Be sure to super smash the opponent," Kinuhata Sai said coolly. "Come back soon." Karen's face was red as she said like a little wife. "Be careful," Valletta said softly. "King, do you really not need me to go with you?" In the end, Liliana said with an unsatisfied expression. "The battle this time is mainly in the sky, it's not your area of expertise. Moreover, the opponent probably won't bring his subordinates, so I don't need Liliana to guard my surroundings for the time being. You can rest assured at home and wait for my triumphant return," Saito said with a smile as he looked at Liliana. "All right, then King, I wish you good luck." Liliana gave her blessings. Saito smiled and nodded. Then, he did not stay any longer and directly activated the Flying Thunder God technique and appeared on Hawaii Island. At this time, Hawaii Island was still filled with tourists. Their white flesh dazzled the eyes, but hidden among these ordinary people were more special people who came to watch the fun. Each of them exuded an inexplicable aura, breaking the leisurely atmosphere of Hawaii. Saito curled his lips and instantly moved to the agreed location without hesitation. Soon, Ito's figure appeared 50 kilometers northeast of the Hawaiian Islands and hovered over the sea, waiting for the arrival of the enemy. Around this area, a large number of S-level masters and some A-level masters with special abilities were hovering in the air, waiting for the legendary battle that could start at any time. Ito's gaze slowly swept around, then he raised his eyebrows, but in the next moment, he calmed down again and continued to look at the others. It turned out that in the process of scanning just now, Ito actually found the existence of a legendary master. However, after giving it some thought, he understood why there were other legendary-level powerhouses here. It was all because battles between legendary-level powerhouses were rare. Since there was such a battle, it made sense for a few legendary-level powerhouses to come and join in the fun. Sure enough, in the subsequent investigation, Ito found several hidden legendary masters one after another. It seems that I have to be extra careful, Ito secretly said in his heart, but it's really surprising that there are so many legendary masters in the main world, it's really shocking. Isn't that guy dead? How did he become a legendary master? In the crowd of onlookers, a beautiful woman wearing a white chiffon dress with a seductive smile on her face frowned slightly, and a touch of surprise flashed in her eyes. This woman was Bai Yunju, a cultivator from Mingfeng Mountain Mingfeng Cave in the southern Miaojiang region, who Ito had a chance to meet at the beginning of the monster incident. Junior sister Bai, do you know that person? Beside Bai Yunju, there was a woman dressed similarly to her, but her expression was much calmer. She looked like a fairy in palace attire, and asked with a puzzled expression. I've seen him once, but I thought he had already died in the monster's attack, but I didn't expect that not only did he not die, but he also advanced to the legendary realm. It's really too exaggerated, Bai Yunju said with a surprised tone. But the most hateful thing is that this kid actually dared to lie to me, saying that his surname is Chen and that he is from a country. Only now did I know that his real name is Ito, and that he is the leader of the Japanese city of Akaruno, which has recently caused a lot of commotion. Then, Bai Yunju's expression changed, and she gnashed her teeth and said hatefully. Obviously, she remembered that Ito had lied to her. The senior sister next to her ignored Bai Yunju's complaints and focused her attention on Ito again. Time did not make the people present wait for long. 10 minutes after Ito arrived at the agreed battlefield, accompanied by an inexplicable fluctuation, a tall and thin man with a height of about 1.9 meters, wearing a strange black robe, dark skin, deep facial features, looking like a vulture, and his eyes flashing with wisdom and cunning from time to time, gradually appeared in front of Ito. Are you a member of the Freemasonry? Ito asked with a frown. Yes. The dark man grinned and admitted, let me introduce myself. I'm the honorary lord of the Freemasonry, Tetroso Orsay, and I'm here to meet your challenge. There are a lot of people here to watch the show. Then, the dark man, Tetroso, turned his head and looked around, with a strange smile on his face. Obviously, he had also discovered a few legendary experts hidden in the crowd. After a moment, Tetroso, who withdrew his gaze and looked at Ito again, asked in a very polite manner, do you want to change the place? It doesn't matter. Ito shook his head and said, in that case, let's begin. I'm very interested in you now. Tetroso looked at Ito with a strange light in his eyes and laughed strangely. Then let's begin, Ito said with a curl of his lips. After saying that, he waved his arm and a spatial crack instantly appeared where Tetroso was, cutting his body in half. But in the next moment Tetroso, who was cut in half, disappeared into the air like an illusion. Then, a large number of strange bird beasts, like the monsters from before, appeared around Ito and pecked at his body. Under the attack of these bird beasts, a strange power was emitted, and together with the bird beasts pecked at Ito's body. Chapter 1204. In order to establish his dominance, Sei-Ito did not attempt to dodge the strange bird's attack. Instead, he chose to take it head-on. In the next second, countless tiny electric arcs suddenly appeared in the air. They swarmed toward Sei-Ito as if they were being pulled by something. Almost instantly, they formed a blazing white ball of light with a diameter of more than 2 meters around him. Dazzling electric arcs danced on the surface of the ball of light. At this time, the strange bird's attack finally reached Sei-Ito's side and collided with the blazing white ball of light around Sei-Ito. With a light crackle, the dazzling electric arcs collided with the strange bird. The strange bird's grayish-black body exploded into a cloud of gray mist that dissipated in the air. This sound seemed to have turned on the switch of a crossfire. The blazing white ball of light around Sei-Ito suddenly exploded, splitting into countless powerful electric arcs that spread out and collided with the strange bird beasts around him. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions immediately reverberated in the sky. Although he did not know the specific power that formed these strange bird beasts, through observation and perception, Sei-Ito could roughly infer that the other party's power system was close to that of the Een spiritual species. Its attribute leaned toward Een and dark, which happened to be the opposite of pure yang lightning energy. Therefore, the collision between the two was like Mars colliding with Earth. It was very intense. A large amount of pale white energy smoke spread out and faintly enveloped Sei-Ito's figure. At this time, a grayish-black shadow suddenly appeared behind Sei-Ito and stabbed toward his back. Sei-Ito, who was greatly alarmed, did not dare to hesitate. He immediately used the flashing electric arcs around him to use lightning escape. His body disappeared from the spot and quickly appeared outside the energy smoke. Lightning domain. With a thought, Sei-Ito, who had regained his physical form, instantly resonated with the laws of lightning around him under the control of his mental power. A large amount of lightning energy appeared around Sei-Ito, forming a wide lightning zone that covered an area of 100 meters. The lightning bolts were like fish swimming in water, quickly swimming around the lightning zone. Rumble, rumble. The rumbling of thunder continued to reverberate in the sky. Sei-Ito, who had activated the lightning domain, looked around and searched for Tetwero's figure. At this moment, a grayish-black whale, which was 4 or 5 times larger than a humpback whale and looked like a prehistoric giant beast, suddenly broke out of the sea and rushed towards Ito Seiji with its mouth wide open. It was so fast that it wanted to bite Ito Seiji, who was in the sky. Sei-Ito frowned and lightly waved his arm. The lightning energy in the lightning zone around him immediately condensed into a thick bolt of lightning and directly bombarded the giant whale below. The giant whale swallowed the bolt of lightning in an instant, and then its head still rammed towards Sei-Ito. Clearly, this giant whale was not as afraid of the power of lightning as the bird head from before. Seeing this, Sei-Ito stretched out his hand and lightly pointed in front of him, then quickly flew back. Immediately, a huge spatial black hole with a diameter of more than 10 meters suddenly appeared where Sei-Ito was just a moment ago, producing a huge suction force that sucked in the giant whale. At the same time, under this suction force, the seawater below also flew up uncontrollably, following closely behind the whale and rushing towards the spatial black hole in the sky. However, just as the giant whale was about to enter the black hole, its body suddenly became illusory. Then, like a mirage, it slowly disappeared. The moment the giant whale disappeared, a large number of grayish-black wolf beasts appeared in the void, and in a very organized manner, they attacked Sei-Ito. I am the Lord of the Underworld, and the place I am in is the Underworld. Whether it is the sky, the sea, or the earth, all chaotic creatures that enter my territory must be under my control, judgment, and judgment. Looking at the grayish-black wolf beasts rushing towards him, Sei-Ito slightly narrowed his eyes, and then he used his thoughts to activate the authority of the Lord of the Underworld that he had usurped from Mercado. He then used his thoughts to weave a spirit that matched the effect of the authority he wanted to activate, and chanted it. In the next moment, under the support of an inexplicable force between heaven and earth, a similarly grayish-black energy instantly spread rapidly with Sei-Ito as the center. In the blink of an eye, it passed through the bodies of the wolf beasts that were attacking him, and only stopped after it had spread to a radius of 100 meters. At the same time, a dark and gloomy aura filled with the feeling of death spread out from the space within a radius of 100 meters. Sanction, Sei-Ito said with an indifferent expression. As soon as his voice fell, a gust of cold air suddenly emerged, and like a cold wind in winter, it quickly blew on the grayish-black wolf beasts. Then, the bodies of the wolf beasts that were blown by the cold wind stiffened, and then suddenly scattered into countless tiny particles that drifted away until they finally melted into the air. It really is something of the underworld. Seeing this, Sei-Ito thought to himself, I just don't know where this inheritance came from, South America or Africa. Those in my land must not conceal themselves, Sei-Ito said again. Almost at the same time as he said this, Tetroso's illusory figure instantly appeared at the edge of the underworld, and quickly rushed out of the underworld. However, he was fast, but Sei-Ito was even faster. In the blink of an eye, he appeared next to Tetroso and reached out with a palm covered in lightning to grab him. Tetroso, who had a grave expression, did not dare hesitate. He quickly dodged to the side, avoiding Sei-Ito's grasp. At the same time, he took out a shriveled rat from his pocket and threw it at Sei-Ito. However, halfway through, the rat suddenly returned to its original lively appearance. Then, it scuttled through the air and instantly disappeared before Sei-Ito's eyes. In the next second, it appeared on Sei-Ito's shoulder, opening its mouth to bite his neck. Humph! Sei-Ito snorted coldly. A thin barrier formed by psychokinesis instantly appeared outside his body. However, even so, the rat's teeth still passed through the barrier without any effect and bit Sei-Ito's neck. Almost instinctively, Sei-Ito used his mind to tighten the muscles around his neck to resist the rat's bite. No one knew what the rat's teeth were made of, but they still completely ignored Sei-Ito's physical defense and sank into his flesh. Then, a cold energy flowed into Sei-Ito's body from where the rat bit him. Not daring to hesitate, Sei-Ito immediately stimulated the energy in his body to meet the attack. At this moment, the rat seemed to have completed its mission. It suddenly turned into a cloud of black smoke and drifted away. During this process, Tetroso finally flew out of the underworld's range. He turned his figure into a void again and disappeared from everyone's sight. Sei-Ito ignored Tetroso. Except for keeping a part of his mind on guard outside, the rest of his mind was focused on his body. He controlled the energy in his body to chase after the cold energy. However, the cold energy had a very strange nature. As soon as it came into contact with the energy in Sei-Ito's body, its nature and existence changed, mixing with Sei-Ito's power. Seeing this, Sei-Ito did not dare to hesitate. He decisively cut off the infected energy from the unaffected part. At the same time, he used his mind to set up a powerful seal around the infected energy to imprison it in place. Then, he used his teleportation ability to move the energy out of his body and threw it into the Rubik's Cube world. With this, the energy in Sei-Ito's body decreased by a small amount. In the distant void, Tetroso gloomily looked at Sei-Ito, who had opened his eyes again. He really did not expect Sei-Ito's ability to be so troublesome. Not only did it have a variety of styles, but it also countered his move. If he had not used the rat he had meticulously created with his secret technique to delay Sei-Ito, his body would have almost been caught by Sei-Ito. I really don't know what path this guy took. One moment it's space, the next it's lightning, and then there's that strange death domain. How did someone who studies so many things become a legend? Tetroso thought to himself, full of jealousy. Indeed, according to the general situation of the origin world, only a single-minded person could reach S rank, and only a profound person could become a legend. Although there were people who studied many things and could reach S rank, there was basically no one who could become a legend because they were too diverse. Of course, it would be a different story if they were related and complemented each other. However, Sei Ito's current performance was not related at all, but a powerful ability that could make him an expert if he was proficient in any one of them. It was no wonder that Tetroso was jealous and speechless. I miscalculated. If I lose, I'll make those bastards watching laugh themselves to death. Looks like I'll have to bring out some trump cards, Tetroso muttered. Then, he closed his eyes slightly and used a very strange tone to recite an incantation that sounded like a eulogy. Sei Ito, who sensed the abnormality in his surroundings, immediately looked at the location of the abnormality. Then, he raised his arm and shot a bolt of lightning at the abnormality. In the blink of an eye, the silver snake-like bolt of lightning flew in front of the abnormality and collided with an invisible barrier. Then, with a muffled bang, the barrier exploded and turned into tiny electric sparks that crawled in all directions. At the same time, the abnormality trembled slightly under the attack of the lightning, and Tetroso's illusory figure emerged from the abnormality. His whole body was wrapped in grayish-black energy like smoke, emitting an inexplicable and mysterious aura. At this moment, Tetroso, who had finally finished his long incantation, raised his head and let out a strange howl. Along with this strange howl, the grayish-black clouds around Tetroso wriggled and gathered in a strange pattern. Soon, a huge python as thick as a human body and 17 to 18 meters long appeared around Tetroso, coiling around him like a guardian protecting its calf. At this moment, the snake body made of grayish-black clouds trembled slightly and immediately turned into a solid body, emitting a ferocious aura that did not belong to the legendary level. At the same time, a pair of cold snake eyes stared at Sei Ito, hissing and spitting out its bright red tongue. "Go and devour the enemy, ancestral serpent." Tetroso pointed at Sei Ito and said. As soon as he finished speaking, the python that Tetroso called the ancestral serpent dashed out, passing through the space between the two like a bolt of lightning and arriving in front of Sei Ito. It opened its mouth and spat out a large cloud of black smoke that emitted an unpleasant smell. Without needing to think, Sei Ito knew that this black smoke was not something good. His figure flashed and appeared above the ancestral serpent's head. He crouched down and pressed his palm on the ancestral serpent's head, activating the authority of the sky god to release a powerful lightning attack. Crackle, crackle! Blue electric sparks instantly crawled all over the ancestral serpent's body, launching a powerful attack on it. However, just like the giant whale from before, the ancestral serpent only hissed and hissed under the lightning energy. Its scales cracked, but it did not explode like the sound bird beast. Clearly, it was also a hybrid monster that was not afraid of lightning. At the same time, the black smoke that the ancestral serpent had spat out suddenly trembled and quickly condensed into small snakes more than a meter long, rushing toward Sei Ito's body. Sei Ito kicked off with his feet and leaped into the sky. "Kid, you seem to have forgotten about me." Tetroso suddenly appeared behind Sei Ito and shot a cloud of black smoke at Sei Ito with a sinister smile on his face. Crackle, crackle! Sei Ito's expression did not change. He directly exploded into countless tiny electric sparks amidst the crackling of electricity, then reappeared behind Tetroso and pressed his palm against his back. Tetroso sneered, his body quickly becoming incorporeal, allowing Sei Ito's palm to pass through his body. "Idiot!" Sei Ito coldly cursed in a low voice. He then ignored Tetroso, whose expression had changed slightly, and clenched his fingers into a fist. The surface of his fist exploded with streaks of genuine evil-vanquishing lightning. Ah! Tetroso, who had been attacked by the evil-vanquishing lightning, screamed in agony. His body suddenly dispersed into a cloud of black smoke and quickly flew forward. He actually didn't use any hybrid monsters to block or attack. Is it because of that ancestral serpent? Seito thought to himself as he disappeared from the sky and reappeared on top of the ancestral serpent, who was carrying a large number of small snakes into the sky. He then leaned over and pressed against the ancestral serpent's body, then quickly disappeared again. A rapidly expanding spatial black hole immediately expanded with the ancestral serpent at the center, producing a boundless suction force that sucked in the surrounding small snakes and the ancestral serpent. However, although the small snakes were sucked into the spatial black hole, the ancestral serpent was not. It violently twisted its huge body and struggled at the edge of the spatial black hole, looking as if it wanted to break free. Needless to say, the spatial black hole really did tremble violently because of it, and it looked as if it was about to shatter. Seito's figure flashed and appeared above the spatial black hole. His right hand formed a blade and suddenly slashed down. In an instant, a slender spatial fissure appeared in the spatial black hole under Seito's slash, splitting the spatial black hole in two. Boom! The destroyed spatial black hole fiercely exploded, forming countless tiny dimensional blades that cut into the powerful ancestral serpent's body, creating long and narrow wounds that bled profusely. Rs. Chapter 1205. When the dimensional blades made contact with each other, Seito, who had summoned celestial clouds, instantly appeared in front of the ancestral serpent's mouth, which was full of tiny cracks all over its body. He waved the celestial clouds, which suddenly grew to 4 or 5 meters long and looked like a long spear, and slashed down from above. Pft! Under the sharp slash of the celestial clouds, the ancestral serpent, which had been killed by the small dimensional blades, was immediately cut in half from the middle. Then, it turned back into a cloud of pitch-black smoke, and under the guidance of an unknown force, it surged towards a point. Over there! Seito sneered when he saw this. He had the celestial clouds devour the power of the White Horse's authority, and then at the moment when the blade of the celestial clouds was about to burn with white holy fire, he activated instant transmission and appeared in front of the constantly changing area. He swung the blade horizontally, and all the solar fire on the blade flew out, forming a cloud of white fire that enveloped the area. Under the cover of this sea of fire, the black clouds that had just surged here were immediately ignited by the flames like oil and spread towards the entire black cloud at the fastest speed possible. Although he didn't know what the ancestral serpent meant to Tetroso, it was definitely not a simple thing. Otherwise, how could it have forced him, who had been hiding since the beginning of the battle, to come here in person? In this way, even if the solar fire didn't hit Tetroso, his vitality would be greatly damaged after the destruction of the ancestral serpent. There would be no possibility of him coming back in the short term, and even if he did come back, his strength would definitely be greatly reduced. However, with the intention of eliminating the source of the problem, Seito, who had completed the slash, mobilized most of the power in his body, and under the influence of his mental force, formed a resonance with the laws of lightning around him. In an instant, a large amount of lightning energy appeared around Seito, and spread to an area of several kilometers in the blink of an eye, forming an area densely packed with lightning. Large amounts of thick lightning bolts were like swimming fish, wantonly swimming in this space. At the same time, due to the influence of the positive and negative electric charges in this area, large amounts of dark clouds began to appear in the sky. Naturally formed lightning began to brew in the clouds, letting out muffled rumbles. Boom! At this moment, Seito's mind moved, and all the lightning within several kilometers exploded, turning into countless tiny electric sparks that scattered in all directions. They densely filled the entire space, and searched for Tetroso, who might be hiding within. Aha! Hard work paid off. Soon, accompanied by a muffled groan, Tetroso's somewhat battered figure appeared in the void 1,000 meters away from Sei-Ito. Seeing this, Sei-Ito did not hesitate and directly used the thunderlight escape technique, using the lightning around him to move to Tetroso's side. He stretched out his palm covered in mental energy and pressed it on Tetroso's shoulder. "Suppress!" Sei-Ito shouted in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the mental energy covering Sei-Ito's hand immediately spontaneously evolved into a Taoist cloud rune seal script and entered Tetroso's body. "You!" Feeling the changes in his body, Tetroso's expression changed, and he shouted with a cold and angry expression. "Do you really want to become enemies with the entire Freemasonry?" Tetroso questioned sternly. "Originally, I didn't want to do anything to your Freemasonry, but the mistake was that you attacked my family. In that case, I don't need to give you too much face. Let's fight," Sei-Ito said with a calm expression. "In addition, with today's display of power, I don't need to hide like before. It's time to take out some things. Mr. Ito, why don't we make peace?" At this moment, the raging lightning around Sei-Ito gave way to both sides, and a white old man wearing a beige linen robe and holding a strange long staff in his hand suddenly emerged from the void. He looked at Sei-Ito with a smile on his face and eyes full of wisdom. "Prophet!" Tetroso called out when he saw the person who came. "The staff Moses held when he parted the sea?" Sei-Ito didn't immediately pay attention to the old man who suddenly appeared, but his gaze fell on the strange staff in his hand that exuded powerful energy fluctuations. The prophet's pupil shrank slightly when he heard this, but his expression remained unchanged as he looked at Sei-Ito and admitted, "Mr. Ito is knowledgeable. I didn't expect this thing to still be in your hands. You Jews have hidden it well." Sei-Ito retracted his gaze and looked at the old man called the prophet. "Everything is for survival and the continuation of the race. Isn't Mr. Ito the same?" The prophet chuckled. "Can you represent the entire Freemasonry?" Sei-Ito nodded noncommittally and asked. "Yes," the prophet said with confidence. Obviously, his position in the Freemasonry was very special. "Then what did he say?" Sei-Ito glanced at Tetroso in his hand and said. At the same time, the prophet's gaze also fell on Tetroso. His meaning was self-evident. He wanted him to make a statement. "Okay." Tetroso's eyes flickered as he gritted his teeth and said. The prophet, who got the answer, retracted his gaze and looked at Sei-Ito again. "I don't trust you, so if you want me to believe you, make an oath to the world." Sei-Ito looked at Tetroso with a sneer on his face. Hearing this, the prophet couldn't help but frown. "Don't even think about it." Tetroso, who originally wanted to escape first and retaliate later, was not willing to agree to this request. He immediately rejected it angrily. "Prophet, you also saw the situation. It's not that I don't want to make peace with you, but he doesn't want to make peace with me." Sei-Ito turned his head to look at the prophet and said regretfully, "Of course, if the Freemasonry is willing to expel him from the Freemasonry organization and issue an internal notice, then my grudge with him will become a private matter. At that time, our two sides can naturally make peace. You see, it seems that Ito-san has decided." The prophet looked deeply at Sei-Ito and said softly. Obviously, he didn't intend to kick Tetroso out of the organization as Sei-Ito said. If that was the case, not only would his subordinates be dissatisfied, but it would also appear that the Freemasonry was not honest and weak. This would be detrimental to the future development of the Freemasonry. Sei-Ito shrugged, his meaning self-evident. "Tetroso, I will tell the news of your accident to the South American branch and the inheritance you came from." The prophet turned to look at Tetroso and said, "Ha ha 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 ha. Thank you for your trouble." Tetroso laughed wildly. "A threat?" Sei-Ito sneered in his heart. "It just so happens that I still have a lot of world force from the main world that I haven't used yet. Let's see whose power is stronger. Goodbye. The prophet nodded at Sei-Ito and gently waved his wand. A space channel immediately appeared beside the prophet, and then disappeared from Sei-Ito's eyes as the prophet stepped into it. Boy, just wait for our crazy revenge. Tetroso raised his head and laughed wildly. Seal. Sei-Ito snorted coldly and released a powerful 8-gown seal on Tetroso. He sealed Tetroso and threw him into the Rubik's Cube world. After doing this, Ito-sei removed the thunder domain around him, allowing the world to recover. However, he could only remove the part that he had created. The naturally formed thunderclouds in the sky were still there, releasing bolts of lightning in the sky and pouring a large amount of rain on the sea below. Looking at Sei-Ito standing alone in the sky, how could the group of onlookers not understand that Sei-Ito won? They immediately exclaimed and discussed with their companions. After all, this result was just too shocking. Sei-Ito glanced around again, then used the flying thunder god technique, and returned to his home in Akakuruno City. Master! The maid who first noticed Sei-Ito's return quickly called out. Ah-ching, little brother, king. Eriko, Ito Reina, Alika, Liliana, Yamahira Linghua, Karen, Valletta, Oriana, and Kinuhata Sai, who had been waiting for Sei-Ito's return at home, all called out together. Then, they looked at him with expectant eyes. I won. Sei-Ito, who understood what they wanted to know, said with a smile. As expected of the king. Alicia praised. Humph, I don't need you to tell me that. Liliana snorted and said with a happy face. Like I said, he's super abnormal, how could he lose? Kinuhata Sai said with her unique glib tongue. But even though he won, the more troublesome thing is still to come. After the crowd quieted down a little, Ito-sei walked to the side and sat down on a chair. He sighed softly. The revenge of the loser? Alika said softly. Yes. Sei-Ito nodded slightly. Then, when everyone was frowning and thinking, he smiled and continued, Actually, the problem isn't too serious. As long as everyone doesn't leave Akakuruno City and doesn't encounter any special events like someone undergoing a tribulation, there's no need to worry about an ordinary legend rank. As for the attack of the lower and middle class ability users, don't we also have the multifunctional alert robots? Yes. Alika nodded in agreement, but even so, the city renovation plan still needs to be carried out quickly. Only after they're done will Akakuruno City be truly impregnable and we won't have to worry about anyone messing with us. Sei-Ito nodded in agreement. Alright, I'm just reminding everyone about this matter, there's no need to say too much. It's already very late, everyone should go and rest. Sei-Ito stood up and said. Because of the time difference, it was already very late at night in Japan. Alright, everyone should go and rest. Eriko nodded in agreement. Then, everyone didn't say anything else. They greeted Sei-Ito one after another and got up to return to their rooms. Soon, only Sei-Ito and the maid were left in the room. Chapter 1206. You should rest early too, Sei-Ito said to the maid, Riko. I understand, master. Riko smiled. Ito-sei nodded, not saying anything else. He then got up and walked out of the room, arriving in the secret room with the dimensional transfer magic array. After activating the magic array, a bright light rose from the magic array and he disappeared from the room, reappearing in the demiplane. Then, Sei-Ito's figure flashed and appeared in the Rubik's Cube world. Although brainwashing a legendary rank expert is troublesome, the temptation of having a legendary rank subordinate is not bad. Sei-Ito thought to himself as he stood in the void of the Rubik's Cube world. He then raised his head and ordered, Rubik's Cube, send me to World 1. Initializing teleportation, in an instant, a huge pitch-black vortex emerged from the void of the Rubik's Cube world. It rotated at high speed and produced a huge suction force, sucking Sei-Ito into it. Sei-to then turned into a stream of light and flew into the center of the vortex, disappearing like a colorful bubble. The next moment, Sei-to's figure appeared in an open space with the sound of glass shattering. Sei-to's figure flashed again and returned to the Rubik's Cube world. With my current strength, the time difference between the dimensional world and the main world is very large. I don't believe that I can't deal with a legendary rank expert in such a long time. Sei-to sneered inwardly. Then, with a thought, he summoned Tetroso, who was imprisoned in the 8-gown seal, in front of him and undid the seal. "Where is this?" Tetroso asked with a gloomy expression. "You don't need to know," Sei-to said coldly. At the same time, with a thought, several invisible shackles shackled Tetroso's body again, making him completely immobile. At this time, Sei-to's thoughts turned and connected to Alea, who was hidden in the mass of willpower energy in the void. I don't know what changes there will be after advancing to Alea. Sei-to, who had transformed into Alea, who was only 3 or 4 years old, mumbled and then waved his small arm. A powerful willpower instantly shot out from the mass of willpower energy, passing through the void of the Rubik's Cube world and bombarding Tetroso's head. Ugh! Tetroso felt dizzy as if his head had been hit by an invisible hammer. He let out a groan of pain. Then, under Alea's control, the willpower energy that was invading Tetroso's mind, which was as stable as a gem, and began to affect Tetsuo's willpower. "Hey! Hey! What are you doing? Come play with me. You will die a horrible death. I will kill you. You beast!" It was vague and indistinct, both real and illusory. The voice was both familiar and unfamiliar, like a friend and a mortal enemy he had once killed. It appeared in Tetroso's mind, evoking the deepest memories in his heart as it silently devoured Tetroso's willpower. However, because Tetroso was a legendary powerhouse with a stable mind, this process took a long time, and it took more than 2 days. Alea finally nibbled away enough to form a special channel that could connect to Tetroso's subconscious, connecting the mass of willpower energy to Tetroso's subconscious. Then, by influencing Tetroso's subconscious and combining the impact of willpower energy, it affected Tetroso's mental core. This process was still incomparably long, and in order to speed up the process, Sei-to, who maintained a certain level of consciousness, walked up to Tetroso, whose eyes were full of confusion, and reached out to press his hand on his head. He activated his mental perception ability and infiltrated Tetroso's consciousness, moving towards the depths of his mind. Tetroso's consciousness was a bizarre world filled with a large number of monsters. Not only were there strange birds that Sei-to had fought before, but there were also giant whales, wolves, rats, snakes, lions, tigers, leopards, and other animals commonly seen in the world. Of course, there were also monsters that Sei-to had never seen before, all of them baring their fangs and brandishing their claws ferociously. They should be the types of soul monsters he can summon, Sei-to thought as he carefully avoided these monsters. Passing through the surface of the consciousness formed by the monsters, Sei-to infiltrated into the middle of Tetroso's consciousness. There was nothing out of the ordinary in the middle of Tetroso's consciousness. It was completely pitch black, indicating that his inner world was completely dark, without the slightest bit of light. He was an evil person in the truest sense of the word. At the same time, waves of cold aura continuously assaulted Sei-to's consciousness, trying to pull him into this world of darkness. Knowing that he couldn't be invaded by the cold aura, Sei-to's mind moved. His spiritual light immediately emerged from his body, forming a pale white oval halo that enveloped him. With the protection of light of spirit, Sei-to, who was immune to the cold aura's invasion, smoothly passed through the middle of the consciousness formed completely by darkness, arriving at the intersection between the middle and the deeper consciousness. He was blocked by a large patch of thorns. Clearly, Tetroso's inner world was very well protected. Seito's purpose here was to disturb his inner world and help Alea complete the erosion of his consciousness. How could he be stopped by these small thorns? He waved his arm and released his telekinetic ability to form a powerful destructive attack, creating a hole in the thorns in front of him that was big enough for two people to pass through, and continued to sneak in. However, since they were the defensive thorns that prevented others from entering the inner world, they naturally wouldn't be destroyed so easily. Therefore, the moment Seito sneaked in, the thorns in the thorns area immediately swelled wildly, as if they were on steroid. While repairing lacerate, they also attacked Seito's consciousness. Seito's body trembled, and he used telekinesis to create a circular shockwave that quickly spread in all directions, once again shattering the thorns around him and opening up a passage big enough for him to pass through. Just like that, under the powerful attack of telekinesis, Seito finally arrived at Tetroso's inner world and saw him when he was still young. At this time, the young Tetroso was curled up on the ground, sleeping peacefully with a sorrowful expression on his face. "Hey!" Itose, who walked to Tetroso's side, stretched out his leg and kicked Tetroso, who was curled up and sleeping on the ground, and shouted. Tetroso, who woke up from his sleep, sat up and looked at Seito with a confused expression. "Who are you?" Tetroso asked with a puzzled expression. "Who I am is not important. What's important is that you want to leave this place." Seito said softly with a kind smile on his face. "Leave this small world where only you exist, and be with more people." "You can take me out?" Tetroso said with an excited expression. "Of course." Seito smiled. "That's great." Tetroso shouted happily, but then his expression changed. He looked at Seito cautiously and said, "What do you want from me? You're very cautious." Seito looked at Tetroso with interest and said, "It's very simple, your loyalty." "My loyalty? Do I know you?" Tetroso asked with even more confusion. "Of course." Seito smiled. "You're lying to me. If I know you, why don't I have any information about you in my memories?" Tetroso pointed at Seito and said loudly, "That's because we met in the future, and the present is your past in time and space. Of course you don't know me." Seito casually made up a story. "The future?" Tetroso was surprised. "Yes, the future. But for some reason I returned to the past, which is the present you live in." Seito nodded and confirmed. "How about it, do you want to leave with me?" Tetroso frowned and showed a hesitant expression. "Okay, as long as you can take me out of here, I'll pledge my loyalty to you," Tetroso said with a twinkle in his eyes. "You're lying again." Seito shook his head and said, "We've been together for a long time in the future, and I know you very well. I know you're not a person who's easy to trust, so before you leave, you have to swear to me. Otherwise, I won't believe you." Tetroso frowned again and lowered his head in thought. "Okay, I swear." Tetroso showed a helpless expression and raised 3 fingers on his right hand as if he was swearing. "Please take my hand and swear," Seito said as he stretched out his arm, unmoved. Tetroso looked at Seito and hesitantly reached out to grasp Seito's hand. He said again, "I swear." The next moment, a strange energy suddenly burst out from Seito's body and extended along Tetroso's arm to his body. In an instant, it flowed through his entire body and entered the stunned Tetroso's body. At the same time, following this strange energy, an even more powerful energy surged into Tetroso's body and quickly spread, eroding Tetroso's body. "What is this?" Tetroso, who instinctively withdrew his hand, asked loudly with a panicked expression. "The power of an oath." Seito smiled and said, "Thank you for your cooperation, we'll see each other in the future." With that, Seito quickly disappeared in front of Tetroso's eyes. "You lied to me." Seito faintly heard Tetroso's angry roar. In the Rubik's Cube world, in front of the real Tetroso, Sei Ito opened his eyes and said softly, "I have no obligation to keep my promises to my enemies." Chapter 1207. P.S. Thank you to Coward2, NXCX, and Soul Choice for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX and Nickfanny for their tip. Sir. After an unknown amount of time, the eyelids of Tetroso, whose eyes were full of confusion, trembled slightly. His eyes were filled with the light of wisdom again. He was stunned for a moment, then he saluted Sei Ito, who was standing in front of him, and said respectfully, "N." Sei Ito nodded indifferently, then ordered, "Introduce your origin and the situation in the Freemasonry." "Yes, sir," Tetroso responded respectfully. "My lord, I was born in Chile, South America. I used to live a peaceful life like an ordinary person. However, everything changed when I was 20 years old. That year, I lost my parents one after another. When I felt that the world was filled with gray colors and all the misfortune shrouded me, I lost interest in life and was about to commit suicide when I met my master, Stelea." Tetroso recounted softly with a nostalgic look on his face. "My master, Stelea, was born in a secret sect in South America. He was proficient in the study of souls and specialized in the art of controlling souls. Next, he was good at using black witchcraft. Although his position in the secret sect was not the highest level, he was still in the upper middle position. However, the good times didn't last long. When I was 35 years old, the secret sect had a conflict with another organization in South America. I was killed by the other party, and at the same time I was seriously injured. Although I managed to escape from the other party's pursuit, I was on the verge of dying. At that time, I met the guide who led me into the Freemasonry, Teleso. With his help, my injuries were healed. Then, out of gratitude and with nothing else to do, I joined the Freemasonry's South American headquarters and formed a team with Tula Sua to carry out various gatekeeper missions given by the higher-up. Just like that, in 20 years, I rose from the lowest gatekeeper position to a junior supervisor. Then, I used another 5 years to become a senior supervisor with my own strength, all the way up to the position of the honorary High Lord. At this time, Trent Solo's face was filled with pride as he spoke. But it was indeed worthy of his pride. After all, they were in charge of external missions. They were like gatekeepers who had to go through the ranks of officers, deacons, secretaries, and treasurers before they reached the level of junior supervisors, which could be considered as the hall masters of a sect. They did not need to be afraid of a big jump. But they did not just have to go through fights in the open, they also had to scheme against each other in the dark. Swords and sabers clashed. It was definitely not something that could be explained in one sentence. The Freemasonry is a worldwide organization on the surface, but in fact there was no absolute hierarchy within. They were basically established with a country or a continent as the center. It was just that, in modern times, the Freemasonry in North America was the most prosperous. They also had the most resources, so most of the organizations in other continents were very respectful. They would obey the command of the North American Society of Freemasonry to a certain extent. Of course, a certain exchange of interests was also indispensable. However, the China branch and my South American branch don't have to do that. What we want to do is up to me and another honorary High Lord, Tetroso said proudly. That is to say, in addition to you and the Prophet, there is also a legendary existence in China? Seito raised his eyebrows and asked. Yes. Tetroso's expression changed, and he replied in a low voice with a respectful expression. Then what about the High Lord of the Freemasonry? Seito asked again. He is an S-level master, but he has the support of the Prophet, so to a certain extent, he also represents the will of the Prophet. In terms of management, there is no problem at all, Tatroso replied. How many S-level masters do you have in the Freemasonry? Seito asked. I'm not sure about the exact number, but it should be no less than 2-digit. After all, according to the regulations, if you want to be promoted to a senior supervisor, you must have the strength of S-level on the premise of having enough merit. Of course, if you have this kind of unique specialty and have a majority of supporters among the senior supervisors, as well as the approval of the High Lord, you can also be promoted as an exception. Tatroso thought about it and replied. 10 is 2-digit. 99 is also 2-digit. Be more specific. Seito said in a low voice with a dissatisfied expression. The Freemasonry I belong to in South America has 8 S-level subordinate. In North America there are more than here, probably between 15 to 20 people. Tatroso pondered for a while and said, Tell me more about the secret sect you came from. Are there any legendaries there, and how many S-level masters there are? Seito nodded and asked again. The secret sect I came from suffered heavy losses in the last battle. Even with the occasional relief from the Freemasonry's resources, there hasn't been any improvement. Coupled with the monster massacre, although there was some improvement due to the sect's inheritance of the soul-binding technique, there were still too many casualties. Therefore, there are only 5 or 6 S-class experts, and even if they hide some, there are definitely no more than 10 of them. As for the legends, Tatroso smiled bitterly. Not everyone is as talented as you, my lord. That means there aren't any. Seito secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Yes. Tatroso sighed again. Okay, you can go and rest. Seito nodded and said lightly. Then, with a thought, he threw Tatroso back to the desolate area in the northern part of the Rubik's Cube continent. After returning to the main world, I'll let Tatroso send a message to his subordinates and the sect he came from. That should solve the threat of holding him captive. As for the possible actions of the Freemasonry in North America, I just need to be wary of the Prophet. With this in mind, Seito's figure flashed and appeared in the headquarters of the Space Administration in the world of the magical girl Naya. Through the internal communication, he summoned Duretta, Nonnet, and Monica to his exclusive office. Your Majesty! A moment later, Duretta and the other 2 in military uniform entered the office, knelt on one knee, and saluted. Notify all nightmare troops to enter standby mode from now on. Seito ordered in a light voice. Yes. Duretta and the other 2 answered in unison. Leave. Yes. Duretta, Nonnet, and Monica stood up, turned around, and left Seito's exclusive office. Then, Seito's figure flashed again and disappeared from the office, reappearing in Margot's room. He quietly walked behind Margot, reached out his hands, and pulled her into his arms. Ah! Margot, who was startled, let out a cry subconsciously. You're always like this. Sooner or later, you're going to scare me until I'm sick. Margot, who had her back against Seito's chest, said grumpily. Don't worry, I'm here. I can cure you of anything. Seito smiled very unscrupulously. You busy man, why did you come to my place today? Margot said with a hint of jealousy in her tone. Of course I'm here to see you. Seito pretended not to know and turned his head to kiss Margot's cheek with a smile. Who would believe you? Margot rolled her eyes. Humph, if you don't believe me, I'll teach you a lesson. Seito snorted, bent down, and reached out his arms to grab Margot's knees. When he straightened up, he carried her in his arms and strode toward the bedroom. Hey, you bastard, let go of me. Margot, who had obviously guessed what was going to happen, blushed and said in a hurried tone without much confidence. Let me tell you who is the master of this family. Seito, who had already walked into the bedroom, threw Margot onto the soft bed beside him. Then, he bent down on Margot's body, grabbed her wrists, and pretended to be fierce. Then, with a thought, he used instant transmission to transfer all of their clothes to a chair at the side. Then, he lowered his head and kissed Margot's lips. Margot, who was attacked, immediately let out a low moan. But very quickly, Margot, whose hands had recovered, reached out her arms and wrapped them around Seito's neck. Her face was full of fantasy and enjoyment. "You're still so sensitive." After a moment, Seito felt Margot was slightly moist and laughed strangely. Margot's face reddened when she heard this and opened her mouth to bite Seito's shoulder. "Hiss, so fierce." Seito's expression was exaggerated. "Then," he said fiercely, "watch how I teach you a lesson." Then, he reached out and grabbed Margot's smooth and delicate legs. Then, he pushed the biological battleship with thousands of soldiers into the fantasy cave that was emitting a strong temptation. Margot, who felt a sense of satisfaction in her heart, raised her head slightly and let out a low moan with an expression of enjoyment. Then, Seito commanded the biological battleship to launch wave after wave of exploration into the fantasy cave. Soon, strange moans filled with pleasure began to reverberate in the room. At the same time, a mixture of Margot's body fragrance and perspiration began to spread in the room. After an unknown amount of time, accompanied by a suppressed and high-pitched moan, Margot, who was tightly wrapped around Seito's back like an octopus, laid limp on the bed. Her face was red as she closed her eyes and enjoyed the aftertaste. Her chest heaved up and down rhythmically. "Now you know who's the head of the house." Seito, who was still on top of Margot, played with Margot's chest as he asked with a mischievous smile. Margot, who had no strength to refute, lazily rolled her eyes at Seito. She was very disdainful of his question. "Humph." Seito saw this and snorted lightly. He once again activated the biological battleship that was still in the fantasy cave. "It's you," Margot breathed softly in annoyance. "It's good that you know." Seito squeezed Margot's chest and said with satisfaction. Then, he didn't disturb Margot's rest. He laid on his side and hugged Margot tightly in his arms, hugging her to rest. Chapter 1208. Tell me, which world do you want to conquer this time? After resting for half a day, Margot, who had completely recovered, looked at Seito's face and said, How are you so sure that I want to conquer a world?" Seito was stunned. "Do you think I don't know you?" Margot sneered and rolled her eyes at Seito and said, "Generally speaking, when you suddenly appear after a period of time, especially when you don't come back often, there must be something that requires the Archangel. And the thing that can make you use the Archangel is to launch a world-conquering operation. Under normal circumstances, unless it's a large-scale technological war, why would you use the Archangel? You also said that the Archangel will be used in large-scale technological wars. Can't I use the Archangel this time because of a war?" Seito raised his eyebrows and said, "Then let's treat it as a technological war." Margot curled her lips and said, As expected of my wife, you really know me." Seito saw this and laughed dryly and praised. Then the two of them cuddled together for a while. Seito let go of Margot and sat up on the bed. He stood up and summoned a stream of water to wrap around his body and wash away the filth on his body. Then he took out a new set of underwear and put it on. "Have a good rest, I'll be leaving first." After putting on his clothes, Seito walked back to the bed, lowered his head and kissed Margot's forehead, and said softly, "Be careful." Margot said, "I know." Seito reached out and pinched Margot's chest twice. Then his figure flashed and disappeared from Margot's eyes, appearing in the outside world. Then with another thought, Nanjo Carissima, Haori, and the 8 members of the Valkyrie team were summoned to his side. The few people who had just appeared looked around in confusion. "This is the world where you came from. I'll be staying here for a while. It just so happens that you haven't gone home to see your parents for a long time. Take this opportunity to go back and meet your family. Seito looked at Nanjo Karissima, Haori, and the members of the Valkyrie team and said. Nanjo Nori Sera and the others looked at each other in dismay, and then slowly lowered their heads at the same time. They agreed to Seito's plan. Go. Seito smiled. Then we'll go first. Nanjo Karissima looked at Seito and said. Okay. Seito nodded in response. Seeing this, Nanjo Karissima and the others did not hesitate. They immediately turned around and ran away together. After a while, they disappeared from Seito's sight. Respect your teacher. Since I've returned to the strongest world in history, I'll return to Liangshan Lake to see Master Ma and the others. Seito looked away and sighed softly. Then he waved his arm. A slender scroll, a few magazines with sexy covers, a few delicacies, and a bundle of ergwotu appeared in his hand. Itsunari held them in his hand. Seito's figure flashed and disappeared from where he was using instant transmission. He appeared in front of the familiar door of Liangshan Lake. Seito used a bit of strength in his arm and pushed open the heavy wooden door in front of him. He stepped into the dojo of Liangshan Lake. He walked towards the big house that Byakuin Kenichi often used. Sure enough, after a while, Byakuin Kenichi's miserable voice and Fonglin Temple's Miyu's comforting voice came from the front. It's really as lively as always. Seito appeared from the corner and smiled. Looking at the sudden appearance of Seito, Ma Spear Suki, who was sitting cross-legged on the outside of the big house, Cape Suki's Autumn Rain, who was squatting outside the big house carving a small stone ksitagarba, and Enaigue Jishu, who was drinking beer while leaning on a pillar, the eyes of the three people flashed with an undetectable light. Kid, you're really getting more and more powerful. We didn't even notice your presence until you spoke. Enaigue Jishu said. Not at all. It's just that the masters were all focused on doing something, so they didn't notice. If the masters were serious, they would definitely notice my presence. Seito smiled and complimented. Then he walked in front of the few people and gave out the gifts that he prepared one by one according to their temperament. Long time no see, Miyu. You've become more beautiful. Seito, who took off his shoes and went to the outer corridor, handed the gifts in his hand to Miyu while smiling and praising her. Not at all. Miyu took the gifts shyly and said, Appa, do you have a gift for Appa? At this time, the tall Appa ran to Seito's side. He looked at Seito innocently and asked, Of course. Seito took out a box of food from his remaining pocket and handed it to Appa. This is for you, Master Appa. Yes, and yours too, Sister Siyu. Then, Itose took out another box of food and handed it to Kasaka Siyu, who was staring at him without blinking her eyes, and said, Thank you. Kasaka Siyu took the gift and said, Sorry, Kenichi. I forgot to bring yours. Seito shook the empty plastic bag. He pretended to be regretful and looked at Bin Kenichi, who was full of expectation. He definitely did it on purpose. He definitely did it on purpose. He definitely did it on purpose. Bin Kenichi heard this and immediately ran to the corner of the room and curled up into a ball. He hugged his legs with one hand and drew small circles on the ground with the other. The background was filled with darkness as he muttered in a low voice. Well, since you found out, I'm really sorry. Seito, who had sharp ears, said. This sentence was like a real sharp arrow, immediately piercing into Byakugan Kenichi's fragile soul, turning him into a grayish-white stone statue, his mouth wide open as he fell to the ground. Kenichi. Fonglin Temple's Miyu saw Bin Kenichi's change and hurriedly called out to him. Why did you come back this time? At this time, Enaigue Jishu asked again. Nothing, I just came back to see my masters. Seito looked at Enaigue Jishu and smiled. Is that so? Enaigue Jishu drank a mouthful of wine and said. Seito still maintained the smile on his face and didn't say anything. Seeing this, the others naturally didn't ask anything and quietly watched by Bin Kenichi's cultivation. Well, it's very late. I won't disturb my masters anymore. Goodbye. Seito said goodbye to everyone. I'll send you off. Fonglin Temple's Miyu said. Then I'll have to trouble you. Seito looked at Miyu and smiled. Then, he followed Miyu, who was wearing a light purple close-fitting sportswear and a crocheted sweater, and walked out of Liangshan Lake. This kid is getting more and more mysterious. Enague Jishu looked at Seito and said softly. Everyone has their secrets. Why do we need to get to the bottom of it? As long as he doesn't take the wrong path, we don't need to pay too much attention to him. Ma Spear Suki raised his head slightly and looked out of the magazine in his hand. I have a feeling that he will definitely do something shocking when he comes back this time. Sayuji Temple's Autumn Rain said. Shocking. In the corridor of a house in Liangshan Lake, the invincible superhuman Fonglin Temple's falconer seemed to be able to see through the future. Okay, I'll send you off here. Seito, who was standing outside Liangshan Lake, stopped and turned to look at Fonglin Temple's Miyu with a smile. Okay, remember to grow up. Fonglin Temple's Miyu said. If there's a chance. Seito said softly. Okay, I'm leaving. After saying that, he suddenly leaned forward and planted a kiss on Meiyu's cheek. After that, he used the ground shrinking technique and body blink technique. With a few flashes, he disappeared from Meiyu's eyes, who still had a look of astonishment on her face. He only left behind a few frivolous words that drifted in the wind. So fragrant. Ah! Fonglin Temple's Miyu, who only just came back to her senses, blushed and subconsciously exclaimed. Damn brat! Don't let me catch you! From the aura that enveloped the entire Liangshan Lake, the Fonglin Temple's falconer sensed what Seito had done to Miyu and gritted his teeth with a murderous expression. TSK, it feels good to tease a little girl. Seito, who had used teleportation to hover above the city, chuckled. Then, he gently closed his eyes and connected his mind to the Rubik's Cube to check on the preparations of Margot and the others. Then, with a thought, Seito summoned the archangel that had already been prepared and hovered in the sky. Fortunately, it was still night in Japan and the sky was pitch black. Moreover, the archangel was very high in the sky. Ordinary people would not have the mood to look up at the sky. Therefore, the appearance of the archangel did not affect the city below at all. Stargazer, immediately invade all the systems on Earth and take over all of them. Seito, who had entered the bridge, ordered loudly. Yes. The Stargazer replied. Then, the Stargazer used the Archangel as a radio wave relay amplifier and took the lead in invading the satellites of various countries in Earth's orbit. Then, after controlling all the satellites, it began to invade all the communications, networks, and military facilities on Earth until all of them were under its control. Invasion complete. All systems have been successfully received. The Stargazer reported. Archangel, turn around and enter the sky above Tokyo Bay at low speed. Then, hover there. Seito then ordered. Yes. The Stargazer replied. Okay, let's go back and rest. After the time of the Eastern and Western hemispheres converge tomorrow, we will make an official announcement to the world. Seito turned to look at Margot, who was sitting in the captain's seat. Margot nodded and stood up from the captain's chair. She left the bridge with Seito and handed over the management task to the intelligence system, the Stargazer. As for the deputy captain, Bakilyalu, because she knew in advance that this mission was very simple, she did not participate in this operation. She still stayed in the swallowed Gundam world to accompany her parents and assist Miley, who was temporarily assigned to manage the integration and construction of that world. Chapter 1209. Captain, Sir Commander, the time intersection between East and West has arrived. The next day, at about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Stargazer's voice suddenly sounded in the captain's lounge, reporting to Sei-Ito and Margaret. The so-called East and West intersection was that regardless of the time difference, people all over the world would not choose to rest at this time. Instead, they would gather around the TV or computer to study, work, and play. Turn around again and fly back to Yodo City. Sei-Ito ordered. Yes. Outside, the hull of the Archangel gently shook, and under the push of blue flames ejected from the tail thrusters, it slowly moved over Yodo City. How is it? Still energetic? Sei-Ito stood up and asked Margaret, who was wearing the Earth Army uniform, with a smile on his face. Not bad. Margaret smiled. That's good. Sei-Ito smiled, walked out of the captain's lounge with Margaret, and walked toward the bridge. Warning, please leave our airspace immediately, otherwise we will launch a military attack against you in accordance with the relevant treaty. As soon as Sei-Ito and Margaret walked into the bridge, an announcement in Japanese and English sounded in the bridge. The reason for this situation was entirely because Sei-Ito directly let the Archangel fly into Yodo without activating the space camouflage and anti-radar system. However, probably because of the deterrence of the technological strength that the Archangel faintly revealed, the Japanese did not directly attack the Archangel. Instead, they sent a warning in advance. At the same time, 4 fighters with 6 slender missiles under their wings quickly flew over from a distance, confirming the previous announcement. Ignore them, destroy these 4 fighters, and then take over the global command and communication system. Sei-Ito, who was standing next to Margaret in the captain's seat, ordered in a flat tone. Yes. As soon as Sei-Ito gave the order, several Vulcan cannons on Archangel automatically aimed at the 4 fighter jets in the sky. The cannons slowly rotated as the fighters moved. Then, the cannons connected into a line of fire. The bullets immediately flew out from the Vulcan cannons, hitting the 4 fighters that could not dodge in time. With a loud bang, they turned into 4 balls of red and yellow flames. Large amounts of debris fell towards the city below. At this moment, Sei-Ito's half-body image appeared on every television, computer, and outdoor electronic advertisement screen in the world. In Liangshan Lake, Apache, who was watching TV, pointed at Sei-Ito on the screen and shouted, "It's small success." Hearing Apache's shout, Reverse Demon Jishu, Kaikoji Akyu, Ma Jianxing, Kasakasiyu, as well as Hakuben Kenichi and Fonglin Temple Miyu, who were practicing in Liangshan Lake during the weekend, all looked at the TV. It seems that my premonition is about to come true. Kaikoji Akyu said as he held his chest with one hand and pinched the mustache on his lips with the other. What is this guy doing now? Sir? It's that bastard. Almost at the same time, Nanjo Kizara, Hakatori, and the members of Valkyrie Squad who had returned home also noticed Sei-Ito on the TV screen. With a stunned face, they called Sei-Ito by the name they were used to. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Sei-Ito, and I am the commander of the space battleship Archangel. At the same time, I will also be the ruler of the world you live in, Sei-Ito said with a smile. Ridiculous. Reverse Demon Jishu squeezed the beer can in his hand into a ball and grinned. Of course, you can also choose to resist and not accept the announcement I am about to announce later, but please be prepared to be suppressed by my troops. As soon as Ito-sei's words fell, the image on the TV screen immediately jumped to the Archangel, and the entire Archangel and part of the sky around it appeared in front of the world from a distant perspective. Then, the 2 long legs at the front of Archangel moved slightly and opened up at a seemingly slow but fast speed, revealing 2 wide passages with red, green, and yellow lights flashing. Then, the next generation of nightmare troops with energy-solidified wings that could fly in the air continuously flew out of the passages and stopped around Archangel. In a short while, they formed a sea of nightmare clouds, protecting Archangel in the middle. "This kid seems to be serious," Spear Suki said as he looked at the TV screen with a serious expression. "Indeed, with this level of technology, unless we use nuclear bombs, there is no military force in the world that can compete with him." Chiou Yu nodded in agreement. "We haven't finished dealing with Dark's matters here, and he came out to cause trouble again. If I knew this would happen, I would have taught him a good lesson yesterday," Reverse Demon Jishu said in an angry tone. "Maybe it's not bad to have him as a member." At this time, the voice of Fenglin Temple's elder sounded. "Elder, Grandpa." Everyone in the room called out one after another. "That's right. There's an inevitable conflict between the hidden agenda and his. Perhaps his appearance is the best way to resolve the hidden agenda," Chiou Yu of Cape Etsu Temple said thoughtfully. "Also, please don't use nuclear bombs or missiles to attack us. It's impossible because all the electronic systems in the world are now under my control. As long as I want, I can detonate all the nuclear bombs in the world at the same time. The result is definitely not what you want to see." On one side of the TV screen, there were two screens, one big and one small. The small screen still showed the Archangel and Nightmare's troops, while the big screen showed Sei Ito's image again. He smiled and said, "Therefore, I am now officially announcing to the people of the world that all countries are to immediately declare their unconditional surrender within 12 hours. Otherwise, I will immediately launch a military attack on the countries that do not give a reply. That's all." After that, the TV screen flashed and returned to the cartoon that Apache was watching earlier. "I'll leave that to you, Miyun." After ending the global announcement, Sei Ito turned his head and said to Miyun, who was wearing a thin witch outfit and was summoned together with Nightmare. "Got it," Miyun said calmly. Then, she skillfully pressed on the virtual screen in front of her. "Isn't this Mr. Miyun who has been missing for a long time? Why are you contacting me?" On the virtual screen, Fist Saint Ogata Shinzai said with a smile. "I want to call for a 1 Shadow 9 Fist tournament. Help me contact the others," Miyun said calmly. Shufang Shinji raised his eyebrows with interest. When he found that Chuantan Meiyun was completely unmoved, he shrugged and said, "Okay, I'll help you contact them." As he spoke, he took out his phone and dialed them one by one. "We're in luck. 1 Shadow is preparing to gather everyone for a meeting. The method is still the same." A moment later, Ogata Shinzai put away his phone and looked at Suntan Miyun. "I understand." Then, she cut off the video call with Ogata Shinbun and started operating again. She logged into a video that was pieced together by 9 small squares. 5 minutes after Meiyun landed, the other 9 small screens lit up one after another, revealing the faces of 1 Shadow, 9 Fists, and the other 9 people besides Meiyun. "Long time no see, Mr. Fantan." His hands were crossed in front of his mouth. At the same time, the upper half of his face was covered by a shadow, revealing only a pair of eyes. "Can you tell me why you disappeared recently?" After the greeting, 1 Shadow asked softly without any fluctuation in his tone. "I went to a secluded place to cultivate," Tanabe Miyun replied without any change in her expression. "Oh," 1 Shadow replied, "I heard from Fist Saint that you're going to hold a meeting with 1 Shadow 9 Fists. What's the matter? What do you all think about the announcement that will be broadcasted today?" Chuantan Meiyun asked. "What do you think, Mr. Fantan?" Shufang Shinji asked with interest. Of course, Mr. Fantan doesn't have any thought. The one who does is this humble one. At this moment, Sei Ito appeared beside Chuantan Meiyun and transmitted Chuantan Meiyun's image to the other 9 people's screens. He smiled at everyone. "What a surprising little fellow." Shufang Shinji chuckled with an indescribable expression. "What? Are you trying to recruit us?" Fist Demon Evil God Shirkwat Janasad, who was wearing a strange mask and munching on a large fruit, said. I don't need to recruit you. I just need you to acknowledge my rule. As for your existence and your enmity with Fist of the Living, I don't care, Sei-Ito said straightforwardly. If that's all, I can agree, One Shadow said calmly. Is that so? That's great. However, to avoid some trouble, it's best that you release an announcement. At the very least, you have a good influence in the underground world and the business world, Sei-Ito said with a pleasant smile. It'll be in 3 hours. Sure, Ying replied indifferently. Thank you for your cooperation, Lord One Shadow, Sei-Ito smiled. All right, I won't disturb your discussion any further. Goodbye. After saying that, the image flashed and disappeared from the computer screen in front of One Shadow Nine Fists, along with Miyun-chan, leaving behind a small black square. Now, all that's left is the announcement of surrender. Once the announcement is made, we'll basically take over the world. Sei-Ito looked out the window of Archangel's bridge and said softly, At that time, no matter what happens in the underground world, they won't be able to escape from my grasp. Chapter 12:10. 3 hours later, the Empyrean gang issued a notice of support for Sei-Ito's rule to all related forces and corporations through the special channels they held. An hour before the deadline, the governments of various countries that failed to get a nuclear submarine, a fighter jet, and a missile launcher out of the control of the Stargazer also issued a notice of surrender one after another, officially declaring their surrender to Sei-Ito. At this point, under the influence of the will of the people of the entire world, Sei-Ito obtained the strongest disciple in history and more than half of the control of the world as he wished, officially becoming the world lord. Then Sei-Ito left the Archangel while maintaining the deterrence of the army and appeared in the Japanese cabinet. He used his powerful mental power to hypnotize these government officials one by one, turning them into loyal puppets. Then, after ensuring that they were completely under control, he left Japan for other countries and continued to hypnotize the leaders of other countries with his powerful mental power. A few days later, Sei-Ito, who had completed the control of the world's key personnel, collected his troops and returned to the Magic Cube world with Nanjo Karissima, Hakutori, and the 8 members of the Valkyrie squad. Puff! Accompanied by a sudden light explosion, a shadow clone of Ito Sei appeared beside him. I'll leave the rest to you. Sei-Ito looked at his shadow clone and said. The doppelganger nodded and silently accepted the task. Seeing this, Sei-Ito did not hesitate and directly waved his hand to summon Tetroso, who had become his loyal subordinate to his side. At the same time, a mid-dimensional transfer magic circle emitting a faint white light spread out under his feet. Then, in the light of the slowly rotating magic circle, he took Tetroso and the magic circle and disappeared from the Rubik's Cube world. Magic Cube, begin devouring. After the last ray of light from the magic array dissipated, the shadow clone that remained in the void commanded, Let's go! On the other side, with the sudden appearance of a magic circle, the figures of Sei-Ito and Tetroso emerged from the shattered energy beam and stood on the land of the half-plane. Then, with a thought from Sei-Ito, a new dimensional transfer magic circle immediately appeared under his and Tetroso's feet. A thick beam of light gushed out. Sei-Ito and Tetroso disappeared from the half-plane together and appeared in the secret room of the shrine home in Akikuruno City. Sei-Ito did not talk nonsense and walked out of the secret room with Tetroso, whose eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. Because of the time difference between the two worlds, the main world was still in the night. Even the time, only a few seconds. Find a place by yourself for the night. Then release a message to pacify the secret sect you came from and the Freemasonry in South America. I don't want to be attacked by them in Akikuruno in a few days. Ito Sei ordered. Yes, Tetroso replied respectfully. Also, come back tomorrow morning. I'll have someone register for you. From now on, you'll live in Akakuruno City and help me guard this place. Seito continued. Okay. Tetroso agreed without any objection. Okay, you go. Seito said. Yes, then I'll take my leave. Tetroso saluted, then his figure faded and slowly disappeared from Seito's sight. I have to say, this ability is very useful. Looking at the way Tetroso disappeared, Seito sighed softly in his heart, then turned back to the house and returned to his bedroom to rest. The next morning, when Seito accompanied Ito Reina, who took over the job of the shrines which, in a daze, Tetroso's figure suddenly appeared beside them and saluted Seito. Sir. Seito nodded, accepting Tetroso's greeting, then called out, Little Spirit Dream. Master. With that, a pile of light particles quickly gathered, and Little Spirit Dream, the avatar of the virtual game's main control program, appeared beside Seito and called out happily. Come, take a picture of him, then tell Erika about him and have her register for him as a resident of Akakuruno City. Seito pointed at Tetroso with the same smile on his face. Yes, master. Little Spirit Dream replied and turned to look at Tetroso. Then, Little Spirit Dream's eyes lit up, and Tetroso's height, weight, gender, appearance, age, and other basic information were collected by Little Spirit Dream. His name is Tetroso, originally from Chile, South America. He is a special person. At the same time, Seito also began to tell Little Spirit Dream some information about Tetroso and let her record it. It's done. After a while, Little Spirit Dream, whose eyes had returned to normal, said, Here, this is your identity card. Take it and buy a house. Seito shook his hand and threw a specially made card the size of an identity card to Tetroso. Yes. Tetroso, who received the identity card, replied in a low voice. Go. Seito nodded and said. Tetroso once again saluted Seito, and just like when he came, he quietly and slowly disappeared into thin air. Phew, that scared me to death. Ito Reina, who had only just breathed a sigh of relief, said. Well, the way he appeared is indeed quite strange, but don't worry, you should not see him that many times. Seito shrugged and smiled. Then, he stood up and continued, Well, I won't disturb your work, I will return to my room first. Humph, smelly little brother. Ito Reina said angrily. Then, Seito let Little Spirit Dream return to the server, while he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and arrived in the United Kingdom. After chanting the secret incantation, he opened the secret door and stepped into the demonic realm. What a powerful magic fluctuation! Unlike the previous times, Seito, who entered the demonic realm this time, felt an extremely tyrannical power. He could not help but think to himself, It seems that this power is one of the trump cards of the demonic realm. Then, Seito dispelled the useless thoughts in his mind and walked towards the Great Merlin Library in the middle of Merlin Street, maintaining the appearance of an ordinary person. As long as Seito did not want to, even if the other party had the support of a large magic tower, they would not necessarily be able to detect his existence. Not to mention, a legendary magician would not be idle and would constantly check the situation in the demonic realm. Therefore, Seito was not worried that his arrival would alarm the legendary magician guarding the demonic realm. After strolling for about 10 minutes, Seito arrived in front of the Great Merlin Library. He then took out the magic certification badge that he had not used for a long time and walked into the library. After paying the fee like before, he went straight to the innermost area that belonged to the magician level, which was also the area that was certified by the world as an S-rank expert. Of course, Seito's badge was still the same as before, a 2-star certification badge. In the library, he could only read some of the contents of the 3-star magician level book. For various reasons, he could only read the contents of the books with a 3-star certification badge. But that was in the past. Now that Ito's strength had reached the legendary level, he still had some ability to read the books that exceeded the rules. Therefore, after browsing the secret records that could be read with his current badge, he began to observe the protective barrier that shielded the books. Space, alarm, defense, certification, detection. TSK, it's really complicated. It should be worthy of being a legendary level item. Ito sighed with emotion as he carefully observed the protective barrier. Then, he flipped his hand and took out the certification badge. While observing the certification and detection arrays of the protective barrier, he also checked the corresponding parts of the badge in his hand. He looked for the differences between the two sides and thought of a way to modify it based on the knowledge in his mind. After about 20 minutes, the certification badge in Ito's hand emitted a faint purple light, and a book that should belong to the 3-star magician area fell into his hands. Clearly, he had successfully modified the magic array in the certification badge in his hand and fooled the certification spell on the protective barrier. Looking at the book in his hand, Ito faintly smiled and lowered his head to flip through it. After recording a book, he continued to use the pseudo-third rank badge to obtain books to check the record. He repeated this process until it was time for the Merlin Library to close. According to the time difference, it was already 5 or 6 o'clock in the afternoon in Japan. Thus, the satisfied Ito didn't stay any longer. He slowly walked out of the library and left the magic realm, using the Flying Thunder God to return to his home at the shrine in Akazuno City. In the following days, the secret church, which didn't want to provoke the legend Ito, immediately quieted down and didn't mention anything about revenge. At the same time, the Freemasonry in South America also gave up on the idea of getting back at him. Apart from the North American headquarters, which was unlikely to launch an attack, they didn't have to worry about foreign enemies attacking. Moreover, the magic cube world was devouring the world of the strongest disciple in history. For the time being, Ito, who couldn't travel through dimensions, decisively entered his home, the magic realm, and his home. He silently recorded the secret records in the Great Merlin Library. Over 20 days passed in the blink of an eye in this peaceful and fulfilling life. During this time, not only was the defense transformation of Akazuno City completed smoothly, but it also started to officially plan the transformation. The few master-level secret records in the Great Merlin Library were also copied by Ito into the Magic Cube world, becoming part of his own collection. After a few days, when the Magic Cube world and the Origin world are close again, I'll ask Lucretia for her opinion. Ito thought to himself as he floated in the air and looked at the magic tower erected near the edge of Akazuno City. Chapter 12:11 P.S. Thank you to Cherub, Operation 112, and AADV for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX, Nickfany, and GK154 for their tip. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Why did you think of coming here, my dear king? The witch, Lucretia Sola, was wearing an evening gown with a large V-neck sleeveless tulle dress that revealed most of her breasts and a pair of white and tender arms. She was leaning lazily on the armrest of the sofa, with her legs across the sofa. She looked at Ito, who had suddenly appeared in the room. Of course, I'm here to see you. Ito walked straight to the sofa and sat down. He leaned his back against Lucretia's abdomen and gently flicked her long brown hair with his right hand. That really makes me feel flattered. Lucretia looked at Ito charmingly. Ito gently placed his palm on Lucretia's cheek and gently stroked it. He asked softly, "How have you been recently?" "How else can I be?" "Just the same," Lucretia replied softly. "Is that so?" Ito said with a slight nod. Then, Ito straightened his expression and looked at Lucretia. "I remember that you're a witch who has reached the Earth extreme, right?" "Yes," Lucretia looked at Sei-Ito with some confusion and replied. Then, if I give you a magic tower, will it help you with your practice? Sei-Ito continued to ask. Magic tower? Lucretia repeated with some surprise. She then shook her head slightly and explained, although mages will build their own bases and castles to strengthen the effects of their spells and as defensive tools, it doesn't help much with the practice of magic. Besides, I'm a witch, not an ordinary mage, so I basically don't need that kind of thing. Sei-Ito nodded when he heard this. He suddenly understood. Yes, although there were mages in the world of the Godslayer who could build their own castles, in terms of the cultivation system of magic, there was no such thing as a mage. It was very different from the magic of the main world. In terms of model, the magic system of the main world was more similar to the magic system of the D&D world, except for the lack of things like the magic network that could store spell slot. Therefore, things like magic towers were helpful to the magicians of the main world. On the other hand, the Godslayer world's magic system was closer to pure mysticism. There was almost no need for magic towers at all. On the other hand, witches like Lucretia Sola, who had inherited secret techniques and was a descendant of the origin goddess and the goddess of heaven and earth, were more inclined towards bloodline cultivation. He had no love for the magic tower. In fact, a shrine and altar dedicated to the Mother Earth were much more effective than a magic tower. If that's the case, then I'll hand over the mage tower to someone else, Sei-Ito said with a smile, having figured out the difference between the two worlds' magic systems. Whatever. Lucretia smiled indifferently. After that, the two stayed together and chatted for a while. Sei-Ito kissed Lucretia goodbye and returned to the main world. It seems that I need to make a trip to the demonic realm, Sei-Ito said softly as he walked out of the room and breathed in the slightly hot air of September. Little brother, what are you thinking about? Suzu-Ito's voice suddenly came from the room. Nothing. Sei-Ito turned around and looked at Suzu-Ito, who was walking slowly in her red and white witch costumes. He smiled and said, Big sister, are you okay now? Yes, I've basically consolidated it. All that's left is to work on it. But it's too uncomfortable to stay like that all the time. It just so happens that Lena has been complaining to me these days that you don't accompany her. So I'll take the opportunity to go to the front yard and accompany her, Suzu-Ito said with a smile as she walked slowly to Sei-Ito's side. She's probably having too much fun over there. Otherwise, why didn't I see her complain about the same thing before? Sei-Ito curled his lips and said, Isn't it all because of you? Suzu-Ito reached out and pinched Sei-Ito's cheek with a smile. But Lena has been slacking in her cultivation recently. It's time for her to settle down, Suzu-Ito said with a slightly restrained expression. Sei-Ito reached out and grabbed Suzu-Ito's hand, gently pushing it away from his cheek, and said, You and Mother can do as you see fit. Anyway, the conditions are there, so I don't need to prepare anything. Well, speaking of which, I'm ashamed of the virtual game you released. It allowed Mother and I to fight to our heart's content. Otherwise, who knows how long it would take to completely stabilize the damage caused by the previous incident. Suzu-Ito smiled. That game was originally developed to make it convenient for the people there to increase their combat experience and resolve dispute. Now it's just making the best use of it. Sei-Ito shook his head slightly. Speaking of the game, what do you think about the application from the administrative office for additional gaming helmets? Suzu-Ito tilted her head and asked Sei-Ito. Let's wait for a while. Let's wait until the entire city's transformation plan is completed. Releasing it too early won't do us any good. Sei-Ito thought about it and replied. Suzu-Ito reached out and pinched Sei-Ito's cheek again and said with a smile, You can do as you see fit. After all, you're the real head of our family now. He raised his hands and grabbed Suzu-Ito's hand. Sei-Ito, who had moved to the side, rolled his eyes at Suzu-Ito speechlessly. All right, I'm going to the front yard to accompany Reina. You can play here. Suzu Ito found it funny. Then, she put on the wooden latch with a V-shaped lock. Ta-ta. He walked towards the front yard and soon disappeared from Ito-sei's sight. After watching Suzu Ito disappear, Sei Ito didn't stay any longer. He put on his shoes, activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and left the shrine. He appeared in an unnoticed alley in the United Kingdom. He chanted a secret incantation to open the entrance to the infernal realm and walked in. After arriving at the infernal realm, Sei Ito flipped his wrist and took out a piece of magic paper. After writing a message on it with magic power, he shook his hand and ignited the magic paper, sending the message out. Less than half a minute later, a new piece of magic paper fell from a small fireball that suddenly appeared in front of Sei Ito and suddenly exploded. Sei Ito reached out and caught it. I'm in luck. Sei Ito chuckled as he ignited the magic paper that was no longer useful. He walked straight to the public teleportation circle, paid the fee, and activated it. He then disappeared from the circle in a sudden burst of magic light. Ingrid, it's me, Sei Ito, who was standing in front of a house, said as he reached out to activate the magic circle set up on the side of the door frame. As soon as he finished speaking, the tightly shut wooden door in front of Sei Ito opened by itself with a soft creak. Sei Ito smiled when he saw this. He stretched out his hand to open the door and walked in. Sorry, dear, I'm currently conducting a magic experiment. Please wait a moment. It will be over soon. There's your favorite China tea in the kitchen. Please brew it yourself. Ingrid's apologetic voice echoed in the room as soon as Sei Ito walked in. After listening to the magic message, Ito-sei shrugged and walked into the kitchen. He skillfully found the tea set and tea leaves and started to make tea by himself. Then, he picked up the green tea. He walked back to the living room, activated the magic circle engraved on the wall, and watched the magic show in the infernal realm. Speaking of which, those old magicians in the infernal realm are really a pain in the ass. They have ready-made technology but they don't use it. I really don't know what's going on in their heads. Sei Ito thought as he looked at the magic circle's projection that was no different from the virtual screen. Just like that, he watched the magic show. More than half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Sorry, dear, I've kept you waiting. Ingrid said to Sei Ito as she walked down the stairs to the second floor with a gentle smile on her face. She was wearing a simple black robe with hidden magic patterns on the surface. Her long black hair was simply coiled into a disc behind her head. It's okay, as long as I didn't disturb your magic experiment, Sei Ito said as he stood up from the sofa and opened his arms to welcome Ingrid. Ingrid smiled and lightly threw herself into Sei Ito's arms. She looked up and kissed Ito-sei, who was looking down. Your strength seems to have improved. After a while, Sei Ito gently let go of Ingrid. He looked at the faint A+ aura emitted from her body and raised his eyebrows. My luck is not bad. I made some breakthroughs in the previous monster cleanup operation, Ingrid said with a proud look on her face. Then she looked at Sei Ito and said with a slightly sarcastic tone, but in the end, I still can't compare to a guy whose real name is Sei Ito. He has already leaped into the legendary realm and is standing at the top of this world. Ha ha ha, Sei Ito laughed dryly to hide his embarrassment. You don't have anything to say to me? Ingrid raised her eyebrows and said, sorry. For some reason, I used another name to deceive you. Sei Ito apologized sincerely. Of course, that's not a lie. The name I told you before is also real, it's just that I don't use it often. Is that so? What else? Is there anything else that you lied to me about? Ingrid looked at him with a faint smile and said noncommittally. Really? As for anything else, I'm sure there's nothing else. Sei Ito tilted his head and thought for a while, then nodded with certainty. As for other things, such as women, when Ingrid had sex with him, She didn't expect Seito to only have her. She just wanted to have a romantic relationship with this little guy who gave her a good feeling. She didn't expect anything to happen between them. It could even be said that she was prepared to part with him directly one day. Well, since you're sincere, I'll forgive you this time. But I hope that this kind of thing won't happen again. I hate it when people lie to me. If there's a next time, don't come looking for me. I won't see you even if you come looking for me. Ingrid looked at Seito seriously and said, "Okay." Seito nodded and agreed. Seeing Seito agree, Ingrid's expression immediately changed. She immediately returned to the gentle and charming look she had when they first met, as if everything just now was fake. Seito sighed in his heart that this woman was indeed a natural actress. In fact, Ingrid didn't intend to criticize Seito or anything. Her expression just now was just to make a fuss and appropriately use a subtle way to increase her position in Seito's heart. After all, Seito was different now. Although there weren't many of them, he was no longer an S-level master or a 3-star magician that could be encountered occasionally. Instead, he was a top figure that only existed in legends, a legend. But speaking of which, the return on investment this time is really high. Ingrid sighed as she sat on the sofa with Seito and looked at Seito as if she was looking at a rare animal. Seito was speechless and didn't know how to respond. "Okay, dear, let's get down to business." Seeing that Seito was still the same as before and didn't become arrogant and condescending just because he had advanced to the legendary realm, Ingrid smiled and said seriously, "I think you more or less know about my situation, so I won't beat around the bush. Let's get straight to the point." Seito also straightened his face and looked back at Ingrid. "I'm building a magic tower in Akazuruno City, and I need a mage to oversee it. I hope you can go." Ingrid's heart had already skipped a beat when she heard that Seito wanted her to take over the magic tower. Her heart quickly became excited when she heard that Seito wanted her to take over the magic tower. Her lips moved slightly, but she didn't know what to say. "You're also a mage, and a legendary level one at that. Why don't you take over it yourself?" Ingrid asked doubtfully after she calmed herself down. "You know that I don't specialize in magic, so the magic tower won't be of much help to me. Besides, I have other things that I need to do, and I can't always stay in the magic tower. Therefore, it's better to let other mages use the magic tower than to let it go to waste in my hand." Mori-Ito explained softly with a smile on his face. "And I only know 2 or 3 magicians, among whom we have the closest relationship, so naturally, I thought of you." "Thank you," Ingrid said softly as she was touched in her heart. "Don't be in a hurry to thank me. Let me finish." Seito raised his hand to stop Ingrid and continued, "Although the magic tower is there are still certain conditions to take over it. First, you have to leave the Guild of Magic and become a free person. Then, you have to go to Akazuruno City and be stationed there for the rest of your life. If there are no accidents, you might have to stay there for the rest of your life. Can you accept that?" Ingrid frowned when she heard that and lowered her head to think. Seito didn't disturb her. He just sat at the side and looked at Ingrid, who was in deep thought, and waited for her to make a decision. After a while, Ingrid looked up at Seito and asked with a frown, "If I agree to your request, what about the magic materials I usually use for my magic experiments?" You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.